Welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's play a world's worth of puzzles. This is Super Seanhip2 world. Seanhip2 is one of the foundational figures of Mario Maker puzzle design, extremely influential and well known back in Maker 1, where he had a profile that was filled to the brim with the maximum of 100 puzzles, which unfortunately we did not get around to featuring back when we did our mad cram of notable Super Mario Maker 1 makers before the server shut down back in early 2024. It is, in fact, maybe one of the greatest regrets of this stream that we didn't manage to find the time to feature that, because it was something I had listed as a major priority. Nevertheless, after an absence of several years, in mid-2025, in fact in June 2025, inconveniently right before the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2, Seanhip2 came back in Mario Maker 2 and released a 21-course puzzle world, which you're looking at right now. Many of the levels here, reportedly, are remakes and reworkings of some of his Maker 1 creations, accounting, of course, for the many mechanical and engine changes between the first and the second game. The current edition of the Super World was published in late August 2025, so I believe there have been a couple of bug fixes and de-cheeses and other things that went on since the original release. But regardless, we finally have room in our schedule to get to this and give it a proper look. So, because we didn't get around to seeing his Maker 1 profile the way that I had planned, I think most or possibly even all of this content will be quite new to us. And let's just get in there and see what the puzzles are like. So at least we have a little bit of choice in the outset. We are playing in Super World format, so we won't be able to replay anything that we clear along the way unless we go out to the Maker profile. And of course we have to be careful not to hit the castle if there are multiple paths until we're satisfied that we have managed to clear everything on the map. But let's go up and try this one. And welcome in, Mario, already. Hope your viewing streak has been going well. Okay. Couple of one-ups just looking mesmerizing over there, out to the left. So we're going to have a checkpoint and a mushroom pretty much immediately. I actually wonder if the mushroom is avoidable. It looks like it could be if you're bouncing in here right away, but I didn't really look at the checkpoint carefully. Now, we have 4 coins to collect, and let's just make sure we have a sense of our target door. Notice that the top left coin is tucked away pretty far there, almost out of view. And ultimately, we'll be figuring out which key door goes to the key door that is underneath the goal. Notice that there is going to be a note block there that bounces you to probably prevent re-entering the key door immediately before the gold tape has come down. Now, I'm just looking at the different sequences of locked doors here and where they could possibly match, because we don't know currently which door is paired with which, and I'm just working out the possible reasoning for them. But first things first, we have to figure out how to get across this thing, because when you're big, you can't. When you're over here, you're able to take damage, and then you're able to fall back in, presumably, but, well, there's no disadvantage to getting the coin, is there? Bomb is going to come down here and open that side up. Okay. And at some point, I don't see anything like a P-switch that's going to get us through to POW, so presumably we will need some other way to blow this up or activate it. One thing we don't know about this puzzle design is how often we'll be in a situation where we need to do a hard reset, or if it is clearable at any point without any kind of lock. Notice this whole thing going on here on the right with this muncher and the spring and all that. I feel like that's shenanigans waiting to happen. Anyway, can't quite reach this at the moment. We can get this coin here, but then what does this pop? There's a P. There we go. There's the P. The P will get us through the POW on the left. The POW will get us through the muncher. However, we don't currently have a good way to get up there. Unless, of course, we do some kind of stacking But then you'd expend the P-switch in order to do that. Because I was thinking, okay, stack the P, stack a POW on top of it, and then jump, but then, oh, you know what, let's pop this. Let's see what this is. There you go. Except we'll have to do it twice, and we can't really do it unless, well, I mean, let's take this first. Yeah, we won't be able to use this twice, though, so we're probably doing something slightly out of sequence here, because the next time we do that, it would have to be an up throw with the POW. Now, we don't know what's currently holding the key. It could be the muncher itself. If the muncher itself is holding the key, then you match one of the key doors, and then you drop down to the other pink coin, and then you get the other key. But then what's going on with all of the springs on the top right? That's something that's potentially interesting, because we don't currently have something that's going to, after going up the sequence of springs, actually activate the note block that's on the top. The note block on the top might actually contain a key, which implies to me that it's actually something to do with maybe a bomb even. Like the bomb that was walking earlier, because that's the only thing I can think currently which would be able to get up top. And actually, no, if the bomb is activated, then it wouldn't be walking anyway. So I kind of suspect it's a key in the note block, and then we need to rethink quite a few things here if that's true. But let's go through what we can so we can at least map out the knowns. Because I think we actually want to figure out where to activate the P and then run for the POW over here. Because if we activate the P while we're on that side, well, we'll see. We don't know what else the P affects at the moment. Because I'm thinking, okay, do we go through the door first and activate the P? Because it depends on when we need the P expired. Notice, one very important thing is that the P is going to stop this conveyor belt. Which means that if we have a mushroom, like the mushroom that's at the very beginning, which I kind of feel like we have to restart the puzzle and probably step over the mushroom and skip it at some point in order to work this out properly. Because yes, the mushroom is what is required to roll all the way over here and bounce. But is the mushroom able to get through a fast conveyor? Maybe not, which means that we would need to skip the mushroom, come here, get the P, reload into the room, stop the conveyor belt. Stopping the conveyor belt rolls the mushroom over, the mushroom goes up and hits the note block. That's going to be a restart. So let's see it. So we need to jump immediately and skip the mushroom. I have to be very attentive to some detail over here. Now, where was the mushroom spawning from? Let's take a look. It spawns right on top of the door, though, which is not good news for us, because it does mean that if I go through the door, I think I will become big immediately, and then we'll lose mushroom access. So let's think about this. I wonder if we need to do something else here to stop the bomb and to create this passage. Because the way I'm looking at it right now, we're going to land on top of the mushroom. Oh, no, we're not. Okay, it's going to roll. But we still have a bit of a problem here, which is that we cannot get around the mushroom yet. We need to be able to get around the mushroom without picking it up. I think we need to outpace it, like we need to jump over it. Let's take a look at the timing here. We need to outpace. I don't think we can outpace, though. It's going to be a bit of a problem because we absolutely need P-switch activation followed by mushroom on the right. That tells me that when we spawn in initially, we don't jump up. We avoid the mushroom by running right. The mushroom gets trapped on the left side of the conveyor. We go for the P-switch immediately. There is a problem with this, which is that the mushroom's going to be blocking our way. No, it won't, because we hit the P-switch. Mushroom's going to roll. We jump over the mushroom, run over here. Mushroom activates the note block. Then we come in here with the P-switch still active, and we grab the POW right before expiry. We can do that within 10 seconds, I think. So let's restart, and then we run right at the beginning. Okay, so have to be careful here. We don't want to get bounced back to the mushroom, hence the jump and the death. But the checkpoint puts you immediately over there. Good. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to step on the P, jump over the mushroom, let the mushroom activate the note block on the right, and then go in the door for the POW. Oh, except I didn't get this coin, which unfortunately blocks me off from the POW. Okay, so that's one adjustment we have to account for. I didn't think about this coin at all because we didn't notice it when coming here the first time. That creates a slight logical problem, actually. This is a bit of an issue, this coin. Because we don't have a good way to get rid of it first. So there's something about the power-up logic that we need to rethink here because we've been stopped at this juncture. However... Oh, and the other thing too is that we haven't hit the... question block that spawns the vine, but we can do that using the POW. POW would be able to hit that, knock out the muncher, and spawn a vine for us to climb to the final coin. The problem right now is the coin that appeared here, courtesy of the P. I don't have a solution to that just yet. So let's rethink. Now, of course, having not picked up the mushroom yet, this is important, in fact. If the mushroom is activating the key up top and giving us the key, we actually still have access to a mushroom. Now, why would it matter that we still have access to the mushroom? Let's think about it, because go through here and you take damage off the mushroom. Go right. Well, what if we pick up a mushroom in this spot? I don't know that we can use this property, actually, but it looks like it might actually become relevant in some way that I haven't seen yet. So I think what we can do is... Well, we're not going to avoid the checkpoint because we get bounced to it immediately, so we can't save the checkpoint for later in the sequence. And if we're coming through here, you do take damage immediately. No, you don't. You can walk like this. However, how does that help? In that we can't actually move. Because if you come in here, retain the mushroom, well, you don't want to retain the mushroom because the thing is, the mushroom's the only object that's going to roll. So let's do this over and rethink. Run right. Mushroom is going to block that. Now the thing is, to get back over the mushroom, we must activate a P-switch. And if we activate the P-switch, we lose our only activation. So here's the problem, is that you've got a sequence on the right of the POW. It is coin and block, which tells me that we actually do have to go for that coin first. But then if we go for that coin first, how do we get the mushroom back? How about... I'm wondering if the checkpoint is skippable, actually. I don't think it is, but we kind of have to try a few things here. Yes, it is. That's how to do it. Because you take the checkpoint and you take a death. However... Okay, no, this is super, super important. This is going to be the key to the whole thing. However, that doesn't get around the POW problem. But we can still get around the checkpoint however we want. So we actually collect as many coins as we can first. Then we get to a state where all we need to do is get the POW on the left. Unfortunately, that's going to be a problem with the actual key. Okay, so no, this is how we're going to do it. No, let's just try to greedily get as many coins as we can first. We get as many coins as we can first, and then we hit checkpoint, and then we see what's left, essentially. Because at that point, then we need from checkpoint a sequence to get the key. But to get the key, we would still need access to the POW, and that's a bit of a problem. So let's think about it, because the key coin logic here is going to be absolutely critical, now that we know that this is something that we're able to evade. At this point, we have to pick up the mushroom, and we will lose access to it. But we can grab as many key coins as we can after that with the first P-switch sequence, which is going to be 3 coins. At that point, so no, here's what we can do. We need to find a sequence that will get us through the muncher up top. If we get through the muncher up top, then we're able to drop into the right side. But here's the, okay, no, here's the problem. So let's take, we take the door that's next to the muncher. The idea is that we want to get the key coin that is the rightmost key coin between the 2 key doors before checkpoint. No, do we need to get it before checkpoint? If we do, then the idea is that we only need to get 1 remaining coin to complete a key. So the idea is that we want to be able to complete a key without getting into the whole problem with the P-switch to POW sequence on the left. Maybe. No, that doesn't seem to work out. That doesn't seem to work out, because no matter what, if you complete the key, if you complete 1 key, I think we want to get into a state where we're able to complete the first key before the mushroom gets us a second key, but I may actually just be talking in circles here. So let's do this sequence first and just figure out where to place the death, because that's the most important thing right now. We currently do not have access. So here's the issue, is that if you drop into the right between the 2 key coins... Oh, no, I see. Because of the one-way panel that's on the right between the 2 key doors, the muncher key door is going to match the bottom key door in the 2 key door column. The reason it matches the bottom is because if you are small at that time, you're unable to jump to get the other key. You must have the mushroom at that point. You must be holding the mushroom at the point that you pass through your first key door in order to jump through. So that is why you would need to get a second mushroom past that point. We need to just do more of the sequence, and that does mean going for the P-switch now, because POW is going to be constrained behind P-switch. Now, do we do the throw? I think we use the POW for the throw. And then we're able to get up to the top coin. We don't want to spend a P-switch on... Well, this doesn't spend a P-switch, does it? No, it doesn't. That's okay. Because then the idea is that we collect everything we can to minimize the number of things we need to interact with. But I'm just kind of thinking about whether we need to take a key death necessarily. Not having access to a mushroom at this point means that we will not get the final key coin. And that's okay. Because what will happen if we get checkpoint after 3 coins is that we no longer need to do the interactions that get things like this coin in the corner, for instance, which means that we don't necessarily need to activate something like this vine. However, we would still need to go through the top door, which would prevent a... well, which would create a bit of a logical issue. The way we do it, I think, is that we activate the P, we get the POW... And currently we don't have a key anyway, so we can't go through the key door even once we get to POW. So, but if we have 3 key coins, then we can try to redo the sequence from 3 coins, and then you still have the issue with the P to POW over here. But I'm wondering if this somehow can create a situation where we have a second activation of the P-switch for some different purpose. I think we have to get it and just map it out. Let's see. The whole idea is that if you have a P-switch activated, and even if you do have a mushroom, you're able to come through here and still make it here alive, because eventually we'll need a situation where, well, first of all, we don't have a key, but if you come through here, I think it'll match the bottom door. Bottom door is going to get you access to the coin if and only if you have a mushroom. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to see what the state of this level is if we take a death at 3 coins. And we'll see what that affects. It's clear to me... Whoops. I actually didn't want to do that yet. It's clear to me that this is going to be an essential part of the solution here. That, well, let's take a death first and let's redo this from 3 coins. Okay, so if we come here, we get the coin, then, well, we'd lose access to the mushroom again, though, so that will not work. Now let's, hang on, except if you jump like this, then you're able to inch over and hit that, but why would we want to do that? We don't really. I'm wondering if there's some other purpose that we could put the bomb towards, actually. Or if there's some other way to do this 2-coin sequence over to the left by hitting the P, stepping over the mushroom, going left. We need to rethink it. So let's take a death first. Let's start with 3 coins again, and let's go right. And rethink for a moment. I think we need to activate this anyway, because that's the only way we get Divine Climb through the Muncher, even once we get the key. Now, one thing that could happen is that we pick up the mushroom now. If we pick up the mushroom now, though, we don't get the key off of the note block, then we just don't have a key. Okay, that doesn't work. I don't think there's necessarily any kind of hidden key death mechanism or something here. We're getting all coins. It wouldn't make sense because we don't have an initial coin that we're picking up at checkpoint. But I think the idea will be, if you hit the P, you skip over the mushroom, well then you're blocked before you hit the POW. And right now we don't really have anything else going on that side that would help. I'm trying to think about whether with a mushroom we would have a way to spin jump on the coin and break it? No, there's no height for that. So we got 3 coins at checkpoint. What does that even change currently? Because when we collect a P, we collect this anyway. Well, let's see. I feel like that's something essential that we are noticing here. And then we have a problem here. Now, this is something essential. We need to figure out whether the mushroom actually is skippable. I don't think it is. If it is skippable, that solves a lot, potentially. But mechanically speaking, I think the donut block is too much of an obstruction. Unless the P-switch is still active at that point. If the P-switch is still active, then the mushroom gives us clearance to the other side. So I'm trying to figure out what we can do to get the mushroom out of here if we are taking the P-switch with us over here, perhaps. The bomb walk looks very suspicious to me as well. Notice all the spikes above the bomb area anyway. That just prevents you from jumping over. There might be some kind of cheese that we don't know about that might be precluded by that, but let's see here. Yeah, you can't really get over this. Yeah, and then you can't really duck out of that either. Yeah, we have to take the death here, but let's think about it. I'm wondering if there's a way to get the sequence down such that we can actually collect that coin. I'm assuming a whole lot about this too in terms of how the doors are matched, but... let's see, if we have... oh, can we shove with it? Hang on. I'm thinking we can do a shove with a P-switch and shove the mushroom, maybe. In fact, we don't even need to do that. We can dump the P-switch on top of the conveyor and use that for the shove. Because we can skip over the mushroom on the way back with the P-switch, that solves a lot of stuff. Let's take the death and we'll try it. Because then we don't activate the P-switch until we're on the left side. But we move the mushroom out of position and block it. So here's how we do it. Yeah, actually, because of the way you'd have a P-switch collision, there we go. There we go, that's it. That's the critical step. And then on the way back, the mushroom gets ahead of us, but with the P-switch active, yeah, that's it. That's it. So it's not necessary to hit the checkpoint to save 3 coins, but it does skip a lot of interactions by doing so. We still need this anyway in order to access the mine when we activate the POW. But the idea is that now we hit the P, and then we let the mushroom get sent over. And then we do have to collect another mushroom later in order to get the last coin. And we do need to have the mushroom with us when we go through the top. This, however, does pose a bit of a problem in its own right, which is... the mushroom gets the key, and we don't have access to a P-switch. We can pop that key door, but we don't currently have a way to get the last coin. Because we need to be big. However, that's okay, because once you unlock the door... well, unfortunately, once you go back through the door, the muncher comes back. So we cannot kill the muncher yet. But if you get a mushroom at this point... I think maybe we can use the POW to push the mushroom in much the same way. And if we can do a conveyor push with it, and then we get to the other side of the conveyor and then run and catch the mushroom, maybe. Because we need the mushroom before we go through the door, so... mushroom's gonna get stuck here. Now, here's how we do it. Push. Oh. Push. Push. Nope. Not gonna work. Okay, that's a problem. Because that means that we need to send it through to the key twice. No, it doesn't. It means that okay, our timing is a little bit off. Here's how to do it. You activate the P-switch. You wait for the mushroom that's already loaded at that point when you come in through here to get up to the note block. Then you exit. Then you should still have enough time on the P-switch to send a second mushroom across, but then follow it while carrying the POW. Let's take a death. Let's redo it. It's a bit of a timing trick that you pull with the P-switch. So here's how to do it. You grab it. You put it down. You let the mushroom currently on the board collect the key. And then you go through the door. Then you send this one through. Like that. I forgot the bomb. Okay, we have to redo it because I forgot the whole thing with the bomb. You hit the bomb and let it do its whole timing and blow up those blocks before you activate the P-switch. That's the only time to do it. So let me redo this. Just forgot one step. Okay. So here's how we do it. Tap, grab, drop. Now we release the bomb. And then at this point, we do the same interaction. And the mushroom over, get through the door as soon as it hits. Then chase. Then up throw, gets the muncher, and gives us divine. Now here's the question. What's the trickery that's going to be on the other side once we get through all this stuff? Let's find out. Because we get a key over here. It's going to bounce us through the other door. No, that's fine, because it's Maker 2 and the position of the tape doesn't matter. It just rolls you around on the right. Okay, first one down. Yeah, the checkpoint skip at the beginning actually didn't matter, apart from just letting me save with 3 coins. I mean, we're going to get the 3 coins anyway. We just saved ourselves to climb up the top left. Okay, let's go down and do the other one. Light as a feather. So we need the feather, the cape. Oh, there's a lot to read over here, initially. But eventually the feather gets caught by the claw. Okay. I mean, it looks like these doors are matched in such a way that I can just reload through either of them. Except this blocks you, that's fine. This means we respawn on that side, and we need to figure out what's going on with the bomb. There's a Yoshi egg off the claw. I can't see, given the airship camera bomb, what's going on down below, but there is a claw that drops down below over there. That's interesting. You would need a fire Yoshi to activate that bomb. That's what I'm thinking. And indeed, the fire Yoshi can stand in a position where you spawn through a certain door and then fire to the left, and then you might be able to flick the bomb up. Maybe. Now, what do we need the green Yoshi egg for? Well, we need to get on the claw in order to get through the top in the first place. Yeah, so there's a Yoshi egg that's going to be caught below. But it is off screen, so there is a lower claw, but it doesn't affect anything that I can interact with. So one up that goes down there, actually. That's interesting, that you've got a one up coming down here. I don't need to follow this down necessarily because it's off screen, but the fact that there is that one up, if we collect it, I wonder what it affects, because it means that there's no one up that is in the lower claw position if you collect it, and only if you collect it. If you don't collect it, then Yoshi egg drops onto the lower claw. If you do collect it, the mushroom down there obstructs the Yoshi egg every time. That might turn out to be important, so we'll keep an eye on it. Airship camera Bob being a nuisance as usual. There's a drop down here we need to be careful with. Top door is going to be matched. Does look like this egg is something that we can swallow with a green Yoshi at some point if we're in the right position. So for example, if we go through here. In this location though, it looks like I'd want to take a look at this. So yeah, if you head down to the red Yoshi, that's not really going to be within range of anything to do with the bomb yet. So how is it we go about dealing with the blocks that are obstructing on the left side? Well, let's see what's actually spawning for us here. You're able to come up here, but then why would you? Does that do anything potentially with the seesaws? There's a drop from up top. No, that's not a drop. That's actually entirely enclosed. But it looks like that's probably going to be the exit door that we need to go for. It's just that we don't currently have a key solution. And indeed, we would need feather to get through this obstruction in the middle. Okay, so from this position, doesn't look like very many interactions are available. Oh, it's a spring. Okay, yeah, no, then we take the spring. Okay, I didn't actually notice the spring previously. That's actually the obvious thing to do then. Let's grab the mushroom because we can. It might just be a little mushroom to give you a life. It might not actually mean anything. But it would affect whether the Yoshi egg at the left side gets obstructed, so maybe that's important. This allows me to take red Yoshi down here and flick the bomb. That might be the most important thing to note at the moment. And a spring would be able to obstruct the left side egg if you're able to take it over at that point. So yeah, we can respawn into a spring here at any time. This interaction allows me to drop and then take red up here and shoot left. It says shoot left. And then sustain it until it's within range. And then we take another spring by dropping red. Dropping red. Because otherwise we're not able to get the egg on the left side, we need to drop a spring onto the claw down below the other Yoshi egg, probably, in order to catch it. Unless we kind of catch it on the edge. Let's see. Drop? Yeah, you can do it. Oh, except... Oh no, 2 Yoshi limit. We can't do that. If it's the 2 Yoshi limit, what we actually need to do is... make sure that something remains unhatched. Maybe we bounce it to ensure that we can cross over. There might be a hatching order to the Yoshi though, depending on the screen position, right? Like, look at the screen position. No, right side is going to hatch first. But I feel like this reload is actually going to be critical, that you need to manipulate the hatching order somehow. Look at that, red hatches second, and this one goes third, but then what if you find a way to get it sooner? Like... Because I'm thinking if you are able to use the spring to bounce it at the point, if you can ground this egg before the red one hatches, then that might be a possible solution. But regardless, like, you need to kill off this 2 Yoshi limit, whoops, without killing off the player, necessarily. Yeah, because the right one hatching right now is a problem, because 2 Yoshis hatching first prevents the left egg from hatching and giving me a Yoshi. Why do we even want that Yoshi to begin with? That's an important question, because I think it actually gives you sufficient time to grab the feather. But if we can do something to maintain one of the other eggs as an egg. Well, let's see. Let's come down here first. And juggle the bomb for a bit. Notice that you can juggle the bomb to break this, but then you can juggle the bomb again to do something else entirely. and flick it up to this location. And maybe that might do something useful. Like, for example, blow up the block that is obstructing the track on the left side that allows you to exit. So what am I talking about? This is what I'm talking about. That you do this, then you flick the bomb up. Oh no, one-way panel. It doesn't do it. Okay, I didn't think about one-way panel. So you're not going to beat both of those spawns from this position, but you come here and maybe up throw towards the egg quickly. Oh, almost. Because the idea is that I want the green egg to hatch before the red one. If you can get it to hatch before the red one, then you're in a playable position. It's not going to hatch before the other green one. The other green one is just grounded immediately. But the fact that the red one falls into position tells me that we need to beat that delay. And that's the only reason, really, why the red one would be in this kind of position, apart from the egg starting in a position that perhaps gives you some time to reach across the left side, and if you have the green Yoshi, you can grab the red egg and reposition red. Which I think will probably be critical in its own right. So let's redo some of the interactions here. There are a lot of different things you can grab, actually, once you do obtain a Yoshi. Oh, no, missed. Okay. I'm kind of thinking about... Well, if there are the eggs on the right side, you can't really manipulate them some other way yet. I think we just need to beat the timing of the red egg. I don't really see this happening otherwise. So we'd be through here, and we'll try the up throw thing again, except this time we won't fall off a cliff when doing it. Missed it. It's okay, we can just retry as long as we have the means to do so. There we go. That's exactly it, and we even got the spring. Which allows me to come down, take Yoshi, and even keep the spring. If we need it for anything, which I think we will. Once again, we can, with the green Yoshi, grab red egg from this side as well if we respawn through the door. The question is whether we want to do it. At the moment, the priority needs to be to get the feather. So let's see if we can outrun some of this stuff and go for the feather. And we need to spit it out in the location that will actually allow me to obtain it. Yes, and the reason we have the spring here is because we can use that to manipulate the seesaw. We don't know where the key is yet, though. That's still a problem. Okay. Because, let's say we go through here. Oh, whoops, need to break this still. Also, I don't know what this does yet. The lower claw. I think there might be a bit of Yoshi spawning logic that comes into play there as well, because one thing you could do, for example, is if you have a situation where you want to prevent the red from spawning, you grab the red egg, come in here, and you dump it onto the right. I don't know how that would be relevant yet, but it might be relevant, because you need something that, well, I mean, you need a lot more weight to get through munchers, particularly a double muncher stack. That tells me that Maybe there's some kind of Yoshi swap that we need to do at some point. Because the right side Yoshi looks like it's just there mostly to obstruct the 2 Yoshi limit right now, but I need to think about what's actually going to get me over Muncher weight. And the thing is, that still doesn't resolve the problem of what's getting me the key. Because currently I don't see it. Yeah, no, just having everything on top isn't going to do it either. We need something that's going to give me... let's see, there's the one-way panel interaction here. There's a note block down here that seems interesting. I have no idea what the note block is doing down there. But it seems very much like we need some way to activate it. Because I don't even see what's going on there at the moment. Now, how would we activate the note block? We... could maybe drop something and bounce it. Red egg looks like it's probably too big to bounce there, though. And of course, yeah, no, here's the problem. Okay, if we go over here, maybe I'm still able to drop. Now, there's probably some cape interaction that I'm also not seeing at the moment. That might be relevant later. Something that allows me to maintain an object in position. So this note block is interesting. I just don't know what it's all about. It looks like it might be the key, actually. It might be the most plausible candidate for the key. But then how do we activate it? We would need something that would perhaps drop below and bounce towards it. I need to redo it now because we lost access to taking the Yoshi back to the left side. Unless, of course, yeah, well, we need to redo a certain sequence here. Like, if you drop Yoshi, go back left, then you still have the green egg available, technically speaking. Actually, you can even whip it with the cave of you. Really wanted whoop. Yeah, except you got a red Yoshi there now. I think we do need to redo this somewhat. I do wonder how much weight you need to load on top of the seesaw in order to have enough going on. I mean, let's go back here for a moment. Whoop. Yeah, we just need to restart this anyway. So we have a couple of problems right now. First of all, activation of the note block. Which, if we're looking at the feather kind of swinging down there, it gets caught. If the feather has an initial swing in that position, I don't think that'll matter. Because the feather just kind of clips through everything anyhow. Because I'm thinking if you have a spring in the lower claw, which we know how to do. Let's see what happens if we drop it there now, actually. Let's go for that first before anything else happens. That really looks like the only plausible key candidate that I can see at the moment. The idea is that we're not collecting the feather yet. Oh, oh, come on. That is going to swing left. Watch this. Watch what? Nothing. I'm trying to see if there's some way, like, that you could have some kind of collision mechanic somewhere in there. Budge an object over to the left and drop over to the note block. I have no other way to hit the note block right now. Rather, I just don't have any kind of way to activate it. Unless there's a way to capture the bomb and then... No, you can't because Yoshi's devoured a bomb immediately. However, if you grab a bomb... No, which you can't because of the one-way panel. So it's not even a question of being able to hot potato it over or something. I wonder if there's a way I can set this up so we hatch the two Yoshis on the left first. And preclude the other one. I don't think that'll matter though. Because currently, you know, we don't have anything else to drop in here. If we have something like spring plus an egg, it would almost certainly be the red egg. That's the one thing to consider. What if we take red egg and drop it on top of spring down below and then... Or have some other kind of like really floaty collision. What if, for instance, egg is already down there, then you drop a spring. And does it pass? Okay, anyway, let's take red, and we're down by so much time, but let's check out the sequence anyway. I actually wonder if we might be able to set up a damage and running Yoshi mechanic. Hang on, let's drop this first. So let's say it runs. But if we're able to obstruct it in such a way that you can run a Yoshi down below and then run a Yoshi on top of something like a spring drop. Now, normally though, if you've taken off both blocks, it would drop down to the door. If you take off one block, it just continues walking down here. Hang on, let's grab this. So look at this. You're able to bounce this wherever. Am I able to potentially bounce it? You see, you are able to bounce it into that slot. It runs back. Depending on where in the pattern it is. There it is. There it is. That's the key. That's the way to set it up. You damage it, run it, and then you run it over. Okay, so key problem is solved. Obviously, we need to do it in less than 300 seconds. But the thing is, this doesn't expend anything. This is all doable prior to everything else that we were already investigating. It's just that we would need to do it quickly. And you have to do it before you break any of this stuff in order to... well, maybe not. Maybe you can still get it bounced properly and just dive over. But you just need it to hit the wall. You don't need anything to be down in the lower claw or anything. It will just automatically catch. Okay, so that's one major problem solved. So the next major problem now is just to figure out what to do with the seesaw weight. I suspect we might need 2 Yoshis, maybe. Now, let's take a look at the spawn position of the red egg. Whether, for instance, you're able to get on top of the right side donut block and still reach to grab a red egg. I don't think you can. It drops much too quickly. Because if I'm thinking Yoshi with red egg jumping over to the right, it still feels like we're missing having additional weight from the spring. Not sure, but let's redo a bunch of this stuff. Having the key figured out, though, is a major step. And having the key just not be dependent on really any other interactions prior to that point. Gets us through a lot. Now, we're not going to get much done here with 100 seconds, but let's just map this out. Oh, whoops. Accidentally fell. Okay, never mind then. We'll reset the timer anyway. So at this point, we know how to get the feather. We know how to get the key. We know how to get the left side Yoshi to hatch. What we don't know is the seesaw weight. So, key has to come first. Unless we're just investigating everything else, but let's see how quickly we can actually do the key setup. Because you need to take this out first. Then you have to, whoops, face right actually in order to take damage there. And then, yeah, Yoshi runs. There we go. And miss. Oh, that's unfortunate. Previously, it nudged the key just fine. Maybe that's not consistent after all, then. Maybe I just got very lucky that time. Because the claw down below does kind of look like you're supposed to obstruct it with something in order to send the Yoshi over properly. So maybe we just got lucky. Let's redo it then. Let's see if we can find a consistent way to make the setup happen. Last time I dropped this manually after Yoshi was already running. That might be a critical part of the procedure here. But let's do this and see what we're looking at. Yoshi runs. Yeah, because it depends on what Yoshi's actually hitting along the way. So, yeah, if you just drop it in this slot here, stand in the middle, drop in this position, then it does hit. I don't know that there's a cleaner way to do it. It looks like that claw down there is supposed to be relevant, but didn't turn out to be. And I mean, the claw could do something like hold a red egg later and prevent it from hatching. That's the only other thing I can think of that would be relevant as an interaction, but we'll have to figure it out. Let's do the block on the left and continue. Alright, let's pop this. Oh, up we go. Let's not die here to this ledge. At this point, I need to get another spring. And then we'll respawn through the left side door and do a quick up throw without falling into the edge in order to hatch the left side egg. And then I missed. I hatched it, but I missed. I think I need to up throw and then fall right side to fall safely in a consistent manner. That's okay. We can practice the timing. We're trying to get the key as early as possible first before anything else happens. We'll see how quickly and consistently we can do it. Move this thing out of the way first, so we can drop it manually in the middle position as needed. And then, okay, Yoshi comes down there. I'll stand a little ways off. Drop it in a slot. There we go. There's the key. And then we take Red Yoshi over to the left. Then we break this open. And then we go back for the spring. Not bad, actually. About 50 seconds in up to this interaction. So we need to up throw quickly and then not die on jump. Good. Perfect. Perfect. Except, okay, no, we can still get up there and do all this. Now, do I want to keep spring or do I want to keep red egg? I think... Well, first of all, we need the feather. And in order to get back out with Green Yoshi easily intact, we do want to keep the spring. So. Notice that you lose red egg at this point if it hatches because of the 2 Yoshi limit. Let's break all this open. It's in 2 blocks. It kind of makes me wonder if there's some interaction that would prefer that I leave 1 block alive. But we'll now get back here, and then we're going to swallow the red egg if we can. Now the next thing I'm going to check is Yoshi weight with double egg. Good, great. Except, what's the equilibrium? Does it stay? Maybe if I leave Yoshi over on this side. Not really quite enough height here. We could have used that additional spring. But maybe it just keeps on rolling. And if it does, without hitting an equilibrium, that's fine, because we could potentially just fit through. Now, we do need to stay alive here with the cape, though, which might be a bit of a problem. Because I've put myself in a time-dependent situation. Oh, nope, lost a cape. And got squished. If we can find a way to stack just 1 more thing up there, that would be great. But I don't know that we can. Or at least find a way to dislodge the whole Muncher stack from that position, although we don't want it to fall down the middle column, obviously. Maybe what we can do is, if we have the spring available at that point, which I don't think we can, because how would you get the egg? I was thinking that if you have the spring available at that point, then the spring can give you a bit of additional leeway by just getting the munchers out of the way once they have been lifted. Once you have a little bit of room, let's buy some time and restart. We have most of this mapped out. We do know now that double Yoshi weight is sufficient to get through the seesaw almost. It seems to be more or less equivalent, in fact, which might not help, but we're pretty close on this one. Pretty close, though, on a puzzle sometimes means that you're missing something extremely critical. And so, oh, let's move this first, just to make our position as convenient as possible, and then do things the hopefully reliable way. Walking this left, and then dropping this position here. A little bit slower than last time, but it's alright. Now we blow up the left. Whoop. Missed it. There we go. Change to the spring. And up throw to catch this without falling in the pit. Missed. It's okay, we'll try it again. As long as you don't die here, it's not hard to retry. Okay. Do we want to catch this? I think we do. Want to have it available. Now, when Yoshi comes out the top, we can't outpace the the red egg, but we can get back out this way, keep Yoshi and the cape. However, let's break this stuff first. Again, I wonder if it is advantageous to break both first, or if there's a reason that we might not want to. Considering this very carefully. I mean, why wouldn't we want to smash both? Whoops. Because... no. Let me think about this. So, yeah, because powering through both blocks here tells me that I might potentially be missing something critical with that. Now, if we take Yoshi over to the left side, then we lose access to spring, but we can gain access to red egg, and we can do the weight positioning with red egg again and see if we can do something a little better with it this time. I don't think I can do much else with this. Now, notice, if you have the red egg on the claw, am I able to reach the spring from the right side here somehow? No, it falls in immediately on the left side. Because the thing I'm thinking about is whether, with a spring available, we're able to trade out red egg and sustain it on the claw on the right and still grab it. I don't think we can necessarily. The other thing too is that at any point, if we have a red egg in something like a claw, well, we can delay its hatching. And why would we want to do that? Let's do the whole weight plate first and then see what we can do with this. So yeah, we can sustain this here, but then if Mario leaves, then everything collapses. No, it doesn't. Okay, no, then we solved it. Then how come we just couldn't do this positioning previously? Okay, that's fine. Then we just solved it. Instead of doing the whole rigmarole we saw earlier. Oh, no. Hit that edge. Yeah, no, you need to position the column all the way to the left. And unfortunately, without Cape Mario's weight here, and, well, without a way to get back up into that box, then that all falls apart. Okay, that's unfortunate. Because if we were able to sustain ourselves in such a way that we didn't nudge that muncher on our way to the door, by having everything just slightly to the left, then that would have fixed the problem. So I think maybe we might just want to try the whole thing again, but position it better so that we can, in fact, dislodge them another pixel to the left. I don't know if that's doable or if we need to pick some other optimization. I wonder about this one up, actually. Like, if there's some other weight manipulation you can do by leaving it alive. If there is a way to leave it alive, I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think it's just a bonus. Anyway, burning a little bit too much time staring at this, so let's get back out to the first spring and then get the key. We're very, very close. But the muncher column isn't quite cooperating just yet. Okay. Grab the spring, take red to the left. Same idea as before. Oh, there we go. Spring on the right. Grab Yoshi on the left. Okay. Whoops, that's okay. We'll grab it. We do want to keep the spring because otherwise we'll have all kinds of spawning issues with trying to retrieve the green egg once again. Yeah, the right side Yoshi looks completely non-interactable. Oh, I missed my chance to get the feather. Whoops. Too long thinking. That's okay. Let's get back out here, grab the spring again. Oh, nope, hang on. Get face left on this. There we go. Blow up all of this stuff. Whoops. There we go. So we go red egg. I wonder if there is a way to get red egg available and spring available on the right side all at the same time. I suspect not. Because I don't see the way to do it. Unless it's... no, even if it's Yoshi's back and then get through the top door. No, that's not going to work. Not with a spring. We have not used the right side claw at all. That's the thing that sticks out at me right now as a bit of an unknown. There might be a drop the red egg on the right side interaction that we're not accounting for, but I don't know how it's useful right now. I don't know how we would use it. Because, yeah, I don't want to do it right now either because we'll lose access to the sequence that we built so far. So if we can just position this better and get the muncher completely out of the way. Like, that's not completely out of the way. But if you're kind of on the floor like this... not good enough. We're able to sustain it like that, but the thing is, that's still kind of hitting on the top corner, and that was the issue we ran into last time. That even past the one-way panel, I was within the muncher hitbox at that point. I don't know if that is fixable. Like, if you can nudge it slightly over at all. There's maybe right here in the corner? No, that's actually even lower. That's slightly higher like that. Can we press it any further? Yoshi's feet had to be on the ground. If Yoshi's feet are not on the ground, well, let's see. No, then things start coming up. Additional weight doesn't help at this point because, you know, we're already at the grounded position here. That's the highest that the munchers will go. The question is whether we can have something else assist here with dislodging them any further. I think this might be the best we can do. We can try this interaction again, but I think the collision might still have a bit of a problem. No, you see, the jump there gets me into trouble. I want to see what's on the other side anyway, just so we know that there's no additional troll or something. It's just a goal. Now, this is interesting, because you would be able to get back through the door, but then the munchers would be blocking it. However, let's watch this. Notice how the cape drops on the right side column in such a way that I think if you lose the clear condition... No, I don't think the cape would respawn because you've already consumed it once as a power-up. I'm kind of thinking about whether there's some potential interaction where you go through the key door and then pop back in and then use a Yoshi to grab the cape. I don't think that works, though. Because, again, the cape feather has already been consumed once, and it's on the clear condition, so it's just going to stay down. So I feel like we're definitely missing something that seesaws the right side high enough. Maybe we do need it to kind of bob up and down in order to get the munchers out at the maximum position. But let's not burn time. Let's just start over and have a full clock for the next attempt. So clearly we need to make some kind of optimization here. I don't think we can just do the muncher column by guesswork. There actually is some interaction I'm missing here in terms of getting them well out of the way. Maybe you do need the seesaw to bob up and down in order to get through there with timing, but it does seem a little finicky to do that. Maybe we need something like an egg spit. No, because red egg at that point is just never going to hatch. So let's grab this. Stared at that a little bit too long this time, too. But we'll just go through the sequence again. And see what change we need to make. Because the fact that I lose access to the spring when I take the red egg over to the right side is maybe one of the bigger problems right now. But maybe if you drop down the right side door... no, that's not going to work either. Because I don't think there's a way to get Yoshi holding egg plus spring all in the right side box. But we don't need to. What we need to do is have red Yoshi egg available. And the spring available as well? No, that doesn't work. Anyway, let's redo this bit so we can grab the egg. Nope. Let's redo it. It's okay. It's safely retriable. Just a slight execution barrier. Get that up and running. Because what if we have that spring available? I wonder if there's anything we can do to delay obtaining the feather slightly further. I don't think so, because at some point we'll need a feather to bust through this stuff. But I actually wonder if, for instance, one thing that the claw on the right side could be relevant for is if the feather is dropped down there. Then I don't know if Yoshi can still reach to grab it a second time. Now, why on earth would you ever want to delay the feather? What if Yoshi has this feather trapped? I have to see this. Well, you already have one feather trap, so you're not going to get the other one, but... Or rather, you're not going to get it to respawn. So I'm thinking about whether maybe it's this step in the sequence that we're powering through too haphazardly. That at this point I have previously been taking the feather, and then we bust through the blocks over here, and they stayed down. The only thing that does progression-wise is it just gets through the feather. But I wonder... if there's a way to kind of get on the door as small Mario, and then... Oh, I totally forgot. No, I have the key. Never mind. I have the key interaction. So, get on top of the door as small Mario and get a feather at that point from some kind of position where it's floating down. But I don't think so, because we need to get through these blocks and to this bottom door in order to load things onto the seesaw and get rid of the obstruction on the door in the first place. The problem right now is that we don't know how to lift the muncher stack high enough. Hang on. And I'm kind of wondering if there would be some kind of way to... Yeah, we might just have to do the bobbing seesaw up and down interaction. Also, I forgot the spring. How did I forget the spring? Oh, we made a mistake here. Oh, I forgot to take it through with me when we, went over here. So I need to redo a bunch of stuff. That's okay. This can be easily redone now, in theory. Oh, no. Missed it. Let's just grab the green Yoshi on this side again. Do I need the green Yoshi at this side? Yes, because we can't get red Yoshi and Spring up to the seesaw point. At least I don't think so. I think we absolutely have to capture a red egg, because otherwise you just don't have enough weight to manipulate any of that stuff. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. We'll test something out here. We know for sure that having the red egg at this point gives you sufficient weight. The red egg spawns too low for me to grab it from this position, I think. However, let's watch this carefully. Yeah, even if you spit, come down here, try to grab, I don't think that makes it. It's a little too high. Yeah, nowhere close, in fact. I think we have to load up the red egg, but the problem is there a way to do it while keeping the spring? I just don't see it. Because the red egg can only really be grabbed on the left side. And because I was hoping that we had some way to just pop the munchers way out of position. So we know this works by weight, but it doesn't seem to be getting me over the door. Now, if we can do the thing where they kind of bob violently up and down, if we can have a sort of steady state reaction or something where... Yeah, you see the problem is perfectly balanced here. This seems a little too finicky to be an actual solution. And Yoshi gets obstructed partway in this sequence. So the problem was actually that I'm kind of jumping towards that muncher and I'm not able to make it over. Oh, we can just wiggle that. Okay, I mean, I solved it all along then. We just needed the muncher to not be close enough to that corner. So I've had the solution for quite a while now. We just couldn't execute when it came to getting under the muncher. I was thinking, oh, we need to make some kind of adjustment or optimization there, but no, you actually just sneak under. It's just that I was hitting it by mistake every time then. When I was trying to get past a one-way panel. So... yeah, just a bit of finicky execution on the last thing there, getting under the seesaw, but... other than that, we basically had a solution mapped out really quickly at that time, I think. Well, we'll do both, obviously. Both sides. The cage puzzle. Okay, so 3 1-ups for endless. We see a block that we'll need to get through on the right side. I don't know if that implies a bomb that's going to be crushed there, or if that's just a crush block as a death block for the player. But it looks like it's very clearly a scroll break over there. There's no door or anything, so I think it's clearly a scroll break. There's going to be a coin drop on top of the note block on the top right at some point, which is going to be activated by POW. And we have a couple of falling platforms that will only really be activated once. The Koopa on the left, if you have ground available for it, it crosses over to the right. So you would need to load something with an up throw over here. It would have to be... I don't know if a spring would work, like if it would walk off on a spring. I think it does. But then you would need to get up to this location. So it's going to be either... well, it's not going to be P-switch, because the P-switch under the semi-solid in the top left is not going to be attainable. So it is going to be a spring up throw into this position when we are ready. But it has to be a spring up throw in this position followed by some way to jump up to this location, which I don't think we'll be able to sneak to from this corner. So it means that we would need to do something like carry a stationary POW over here and then jump on top of it to go up high enough. So at some point, you load the spring here. Unless we have a way to safely just drop a powder, and I don't think we really do. Now, then up to that point, what do we do? And what do we even need a shell for in the first place? On-off switch on the top. Well, let me think about that. It looks like we have a couple of different interactions here where we could potentially be loading an object and then jumping up. However, if you load the spring, that's fine if you can actually make that jump. Like, if you can jump on top of it without activating this panel and without lowering it, maybe that has some potential, but I feel like we're, again, maybe one block off when it comes to that. However, here we know that we can immediately go through and grab a POW and exit with a POW. That's something we have to do, in fact, because otherwise you get stuck there, or you, well, would get stuck there. So with a POW, we're able to do a couple of things now. We're able to walk the Koopa down, first of all. Secondly, we're now able to gain sufficient height that if you load a spring onto this location, you can jump on top, hit the on-off switch, and then come back out. Why would we want to hit the on-off switch? We don't know yet. We still don't know what the note block drops. I suspect it may actually be a bomb. Because I think you need to walk an undetonated bomb over to the bottom right corner and then activate it with an on-off toggle. That makes the most sense to me. And the note block there is the only thing that's going to spawn one. The P-switch would be useful in that case for getting rid of this turn block over here. In fact, a P-switch activation that turns this turn block into a coin would lead the POW to do a double coin drop. You could... Oh, whoops. My mistake. Shouldn't have jumped through here. So you would drop a coin for a bomb spawn, but then you would need something below that that would allow the bomb to walk. Which is not going to be the POW. And probably won't be a spring either. Well, let's think about it. Let's map out what we can with the sequence. POW, however, has to precede P-switch. You can't do P-switch and then a coin drop with a POW. The reason is that the POW gets rid of the munchers, and then the munchers allow you to hit a P-switch. Here's the problem with the P-switch. The P-switch eliminates these platforms in the middle, which means that unless you have something to step on there, you are unable to actually get out. One way to get around it potentially is to walk a shell down there, perhaps. Walk a Koopa there, and then give yourself a bounce to get out of there in time. P-switch, well, we don't know about all the blocks on the right side as well, because obviously those would have to be eliminated as well if we want a bomb to eventually walk over. Now, here's the thing. If a bomb just falls on the right side, you don't need an on-off switch to activate it. Like a bomb that has been ignited can just be manually dropped in that location, and the crush will still give you the scroll break. But the question still remains, how do you get a P-switch activation? I think you would actually need to walk a Koopa there. So you can do a delayed P-switch activation by having a deactivated Koopa shell. You drop the Koopa shell. It's a red Koopa, so it's going to stay on the platform. You escape onto this side. Red Koopa walks in the top left corner. It walks slowly over to the P-switch. The player has full flexibility over here to, with the P-switch activation, drop through the right side and also take care of this block up here. So I think ultimately we will be moving the Koopa to the top left position after the POW has been activated. Before the POW has been activated, it's okay to leave this turn block up here in place, because if it is a bomb coming down from the top left, well, it would need to walk on something first, but if it does walk on something, which might have to be the spring when we're done using it, oh, here's the other thing, that in order to have the Koopa walk, the Koopa cannot be killed by the POW. And secondly, we would need to make sure that it is able to re-enter its shell if it has been ejected from its shell, so it can walk. That's a problem because you have no way to jump on it up top. Like if you just have a shell by itself, that implies in Super Mario World an ejected Koopa. Unless you have found a way to disable it, like with a block hit from below. Or some other interaction that's going to knock it down and allow it to wake back up. Or some interaction that just kind of walks it all the way over. Curious. So yeah, that's going to be a bit tricky in its own right. But I strongly suspect it is going to be a Koopa walk on the top left. Like, that's the only thing that really comes to mind. Anyway, we need to just actually do some interactions and map this out, and then we'll see what we can do here. I'm assuming all this time, too, it's a bomb on the top right. It might not be. But I can't think of anything else that would make sense there. Now, we can't up-throw a POW into a destruction. However, we've got lots of room to... no, an up-throw of a POW is still going to detonate, so we don't want to do that. So... yeah, even if you've got plenty of headroom on it. Unless it lands on a spring, of course, which... we would also need to be careful with because... eventually you'll have something that allows you to go spring and POW to go up if this platform has been eliminated. But I'm just thinking about how you actually get the Koopa shell up to the top left in the first place in a way that will allow it to continue walking and not also be hit by a POW. So we would need some way to knock it down from underneath. And I don't see a block that really allows me to do that at the moment. This is going to take a little bit of thought. So the idea now is that, well, with Spring and Koopa both still available, or rather Spring and POW both still available, then we can get the Koopa down. Do we want to do that yet? I'm not sure. We need to map out a few things. I think eventually... I'm actually going to test a few things just to make sure we know how they look. We don't want to accidentally grab the spring on the way up, so let's go like this. Oh, nope, not enough height. Okay. Also, let's try this. So this walks. POW allows you to go up here. And then this also walks. Now, notice that it can just walk indefinitely on top of a POW, which has some interesting implications. How do we get it out safely? Very dangerously. We shouldn't have lost this platform, obviously, because that's going to create problems. But we can just let the Koopa walk for the time being. And also, we might even be able to cycle it back through the slope for the time being while we sort out some other things. Let's try a few things here. Does the slope walk here? No, not enough room. However... yeah, currently we're not really able to get up top, I think. However, if we have something like this, we're allowed to go through. Interesting, notice how the Koopa bumps the POW as well. The issue, though, is that we need to carry something down here. Specifically, we need to carry Spring down here. Now, I am able to exit... no, I'm not able to exit through here. So, that's a problem in its own right. And that while this block in the middle is alive, that we can't do much either. Because I was thinking the idea is that we have to have this open in order to drop through here. We load the bomb. Now that's assuming a whole lot. I mean, it could very well be that we just have everything else available at this point and we have the Koopa walk in a P-switch, we have the POW get us a coin drop. If the POW activates the coin drop, bomb comes down, bomb needs to walk over. Now, I need to work on this little segment here. I think we actually needed to go POW. If we had a way to just do soft drop, like a very gentle soft drop here without actually hitting the platform. And then we jump on top of POW on that side and jump up. But that's tricky because that's assuming that this block has already been taken care of at that point. Maybe it needs to be obstructed. Yeah, that block leads to all kinds of issues as well. The other thing we can do is also just get in position this way. Whoops, no. Get in position this way. I said, okay, fine. This way. This allows me to go up. However, I can't go back down while the turn block is still active. And also, I can't jump up here with the spring itself. However, if I'm able to get on top of the donut block on the right side, then I can drop an object over to the right that I can trade into. Like if you don't have a spring here, then we'd be able to grab it from this location and then put it down. But then you run into all kinds of other problems. Now, one thing we're not using right now is the Koopa itself. You don't need a spring to jump on top of this if you bounce onto Koopa and then jump up. But that still leads to a bit of a problem with... Let's watch the timing here. You tap this. That was at 480. Then you have 5 seconds. And we still haven't dealt with the whole situation with the P-switch either. And again, P-switch isn't going to be followed by coin drop and a POW simply because that will not really be available. Okay then, let's see. I think this still has to be the first interaction. We can't step around without it. But I wonder, so if you do kind of a halfway block here, then, oh, it gets pushed out, okay. If you have a full overlap with that, then you prevent the turn block from stopping. So the idea that we'll eventually be looking into, perhaps, is, let's say with the donut box respawns. Then what you can do is you can come up using the POW. And then you can drop an object over to the right over here, like the spring, and then you're able to catch it on the other side. The issue is still that you have no way to get through this turn block still at that point. Without having something else sustaining it there. So the issue is that if you walk a bomb, you can only walk it so far. Because if I drop the spring on the right side, how do I get out? That's the issue right now. You can't get out so long as this block is still here. So I'm thinking that we need a P-switch activation that then allows me to collect it. But then that means that the P-switch has to happen before the POW activation. Which is not going to happen. That won't be it. Now, if we activate the POW... Yeah, the issue right now is that you have a bomb that's going to be on the right side that you can't really use. Maybe, though, that instead of walking a bomb all the way down, that we actually do, in fact, grab a bomb and then if the P-switch is active at the time, then we can actually hot potato it over ourselves. And then drop it into the right. Because if the bomb is stuck in the lower right slot after the POW... Well, we'll see, because the Koopa needs to be alive, so the Koopa needs to be bouncing on a spring or something when the POW activation happens. And... yeah, but let's say I put the POW right here so it obstructs. But then I can't get the spring back after that point. Okay, that's fine, sort of. I need to move this. I mean, you can always kind of disable this, and then eject the Koopa and pop the little Koopa up or something. And if the little Koopa is... like the inside of the Koopa, rather, the Koopa inside the shell is... the unshelled Koopa is bouncing on top of the spring indefinitely. So if you eject it into a position where it's going to bounce on top of a spring, then it just goes bounce, 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 and then it remains alive until such time as you want to reposition it by holding the shell and taking it somewhere else. I don't know about that idea. The other thing too is that if you have a Koopa shell available, technically you can use that to hit this block. I don't know. We don't have a good way to use the Koopa shell at the moment, so let's see. The idea is that we can take the POW. It's gonna walk through here. Let's just jump around. I'm able to jump on top of the Koopa to get to the POW. The issue currently is that I don't have a good way to follow this up. However, if we go POW over here, I wonder if we can sustain this. No, you'd still need to retrieve it on the right side, that's the issue. Like, even if you dropped it here, you have no way to get out. I wonder, though, if I can actually maybe load the Koopa into that location. I don't know, regardless, the Koopa needs to be in a safe spot when the POW activation happens, otherwise it just gets nuked. However, it can be something like a POW throw followed by carrying the shell, but then that would still imply the unshelled Koopa bouncing around somewhere and staying safe. Anyway, am I able to... oh, no, I was trying to do a soft drop up here without activating the platform. That did not go. So for example, you juggle like that. That does kill this, unfortunately, which means that you don't get a good solution to the P-switch. I have been assuming all this time that I needed the Koopa to walk on the top left. Maybe able to do that. But this thing here, this block in the middle is still a bit of a mystery in terms of figuring out what to do with it. Like, you might need a donut block to be there, and then you obstruct that position with something else. Either that, or rather than jumping towards the on-off switch, we need to throw something towards it. That might make a lot more sense. Now, the thing is, with the one wide column, POW is not going to be the object that gets thrown. However, oh, and if you do activate the on-off switch, then you can't jump from the bottom any further to grab whatever you threw up there. So it's not like you can grab the spring, for instance. Because if you do that, then you are just trapped down below. Let's think about it. So I've been assuming that this is the first interaction. You go here, and you grab the POW. Now, maybe that's not the case. Yeah, you see, this gets pushed back and then you get trapped. That's what we found before. We don't have a way to get the Koopa down other than with the interaction we'd already identified where you load the spring there. However, maybe not. Spring with a POW on the right side. Or rather, no, POW on this side. Then you drop, and then the Koopa stays on top of the POW on the left side. I actually kind of wonder, cage puzzle, if it's going to be a remote activation of the POW with a Koopa shell, but then that still doesn't explain how to get through the P-switch on the right, on the left side. I'm trying to think about whether there is some plausible path where I manually step on the P-switch on the top left rather than trying to set up some kind of walking Koopa, which I actually don't see a way to set up in a moment. If you step on the P-switch, you eliminate this stuff in the middle. At that time, the POW has already been expended because that gets you through the munchers. So you would need to wait out to 10 seconds with the P-switch. If you wait out to 10 seconds with the P-switch, well, if at that time we have had some kind of walking pattern for the bomb to get in position. So for example, let's say we have an activated bomb that we throw or kick all the way to the right side without being trapped here for whatever reason. So let's say we do something like a throw from here without winding up on top. The bomb is all the way on the right side. Then we manually do a P-switch activation that drops the bomb through the right. Through that logic, then you would use the Koopa shell for something completely different. You would want to preserve the shell. Yeah, so I just don't see a way to set up a Koopa shell walk towards the P-switch like we were thinking earlier. I think that might have been a bit of a blind alley. But having the shell available gets you a couple of things. It does potentially get you, for instance, an up throw to this block here, which allows you to walk a bomb further. And at that point, it doesn't matter that I jump on top of this platform, because if we jump on this platform, it's okay. If we jump manually towards the P-switch, it just means that I do that once, not again. Right, because unless the timing is perfect such that a bomb drop gets crushed by blocks, and I don't think it will, because it will land on top of the blocks probably, and then on top of the heart block, then drop down below, then at that point we need an on-off switch that will and get through the right side. So, yeah, we may have made a couple of bad assumptions here at the start that led me to go about this in a rather convoluted way. But here's the current line of thinking. Walk it with the POW. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, whoops. Maybe you do need to walk it with a spring, and then... I mean, does it particularly matter? We'll see. Oh, now we're in trouble because that is not what we want at all. I wonder if unshelling the Koopa will matter. It seems like that might be too important not to matter. But we know how to get the Koopa down anyway, and the thing is getting the spring to the right side now. The way to get the spring to the right side is to carry a shell with us. By carrying a shell with us, we're able to fire a shell at the block. The shell then lands on top of the donut block, and we're able to get out safely and reclaim the shell. So, yeah, we need to get the Koopa down and have a shell available in hand when making it up to the on-off switch. There is a problem with this. We need an unshelled Koopa to walk. The unshelled part walks, we bounce on top of it, then we bounce on top of something. Yeah, we unshelled a Koopa, we grabbed a shell. We bounce on top of the unshelled Koopa. We land on top of a POW that's been set up in this position. Then we go up to the on-off switch, tap it. We go down, we reposition the spring, we fire the shell over here. And then we need to figure out the timing for activating the bomb. The bomb at that point is going to, after the P-switch activation, after the POW activation rather, walk to the one-way panel slot. The turn block at that point will have returned. When we manually step on the P-switch, the bomb will be able to fall down to this position. However, that would stick it on top of the donut block, and we don't have a way to deal with that. Do we? Okay, so let me actually play this because then I can demonstrate what logical problem we were running into. At this point, let's get the Koopa down. It's going to be through here and through here. Yeah, we've been doing so much talking about this in theory that we actually need to demonstrate some things. POW goes here. The reason is we're going to load the spring on the top right. Also, sometimes we can just jump on top of the Koopa and eject the shell and then let it walk back. So we can use it again. Which I think we may have to do because because I was missing the soft drop on the POW over here, which if we don't get the soft drop on the POW, we do need to load it using the spring to move it up to the one-way panel. Oh, whoops. Well, like I said, but no, let's just let it walk. We can even reposition the shell to make things faster. Oh, that's okay then. That means that we can just bounce up here whenever we want. For example, bouncing on top of the Koopa to position the spring up top. In that case, what we do is we reposition this. Then we bounce on top of the Koopa, and again we let it walk and get back into place. Drop the spring here. Oh, stand on top of this. And then let it rejoin. Actually, at this point, we need to let that walk back. We need to not kill it with the shell. We need to go jump on top. Then we go up top here. So this is what we planned out previously already. We can drop the shell for a moment and grab it again afterwards. At this point, we drop here. The bomb is going to come out that way. The shell is going to hit this block and we regrab it. And then we need to figure out the POW activation. If I stand on top of the POW and fire the shell, the POW activates, we jump across without having lowered the platform. The shell then bounces back and forth. No, the shell doesn't, because the shell hits the POW and then dies. Then we still have a problem, which is this turn block here. Because when we hit the turn block, so the problem that I'm running into now is that we potentially have a situation where a bomb is stuck on top of the donut block. If the bomb is stuck on top of the donut block, well, I mean, we need to lower the donut block and then see how quickly we can do things. If we lower the donut block and immediately hit the POW, maybe the bomb is able to get here in time before the donut block comes back. That's the current line of thinking. Okay, let's fire then. So, we grab the shell. We immediately hit the POW. And then we jump up to the left side. I stood too long here. I trapped myself. Okay. Stood too long thinking. You do need to go for that quickly. But anyway, I mapped out a lot of the intended sequence that I want. We talked about it. Spent too much time talking. Now we actually need to execute. You know what? Let's just grab the POW away from here so we... Oh, whoops. My mistake. Grab the POW away from there so we don't have to do that little careful reach under the Koopa. So yeah, currently, you can see here, donut block respawns after about 5. Now, if I drop the bomb from the note block, is it actually going to walk and drop past the donut block within 5? I don't know that it will. So that's the issue right now, is that I don't know if this donut block stays down for long enough. Because at that point, due to the on-off switch, we will have locked ourselves from going back to the top right corner. We need the bomb to drop all the way to the bottom level. And I think I just need to work out the timing. Okay, soft drop it. How it's gonna go on top of the spring. And give me something to jump from. At this point we stop the Koopa. We need to not get trapped past the turn block. Good. Now, we don't actually need to let it get back in the shell because we just need to jump it and get on top of the POW. At this point, we're able to hit up top. So we've got all this stuff mapped out so far. Oh, too far, almost. That was close. Okay, so we need to do this sequence quickly. We need to drop on top of the shell on a donut block. Wendigo, welcome. The puzzle's going quite well. This is, I think, the 3rd one in the sequence that we played today. Out of a set of 21, so we'll probably be at this super world for quite a few days. We're going to drop on top of this shell, and we need to immediately go for the POW. The idea is that we want the donut block to still be down by the time the bomb walks over, so it is not trapped on top of the donut block. I don't know if that's really doable. Maybe we need... here's what I'm thinking. Maybe we don't need a shell at that point. If we don't need a shell at that point, what I can do is I can spin jump back on top of the shell and reactivate the donut block. And then that's not as time sensitive. Because the thing is, this turn block is still going to be here. The bomb is going to be trapped past it. It probably won't walk there in time, actually. I don't think it'll walk there in time. So we spin jump off the shell, get back on a donut block, tap this, and that's what lets the bomb down. At that point, the blue platform in the middle is still available, and we'll be able to jump up through it to get to the P-switch. Then comes the next problem. No. What we talked about earlier. We activate the bomb, we throw it to the right side without accidentally stepping on top of the semi-solid, then we go for the P-switch and we drop it. And then because the bomb is going to land on top of the blue on-off state block that has already been activated in the top right corner, it is going to be crushed, and that's going to open the gate. But then I need to be... Well, if the P-switch... Okay, no. This is still a problem. If the P-switch expires, then the turn blocks on the right side are also back. And then I don't have a way through those. Unless the bomb detonation happens at a certain point in that column. Because here's the thing, if I activate a P-switch, I can't get across. I have to wait. We need to map this out. Let's do it. So yeah, at this point, bomb comes back. Now, here's a fun thing to consider, which is shell jump off of this thing. I'm not even kidding. I mean, well, let's not do it like this. I'm not even kidding. Like, shell jump off of this thing in this column, and then you don't lose the shell. Wait, up throw. Up throw, no, because then you don't have a donut block. However, you step on a donut block first and then you, but I can't reach it. I can't reach it without the spin jump. Spin jump kills the shell. It lowers the bomb. And then you go for, no, let's stick with the original plan. We lose the shell. We need good timing for this so the bomb doesn't drop in my head. Because the donut block needs to come down first. It came down in my head. Okay. So yeah, currently just getting the bomb downstairs is the issue. There's probably, yeah, and then the right side column is still a bit of a mystery. Like, we don't know how that's going to shake out. Okay. I think we hit the POW and then we immediately get up to the donut block and just kind of bounce on top of it before the bomb has even walked over there. And then we can time that drop a little bit better. So I just need to adjust the timing of that segment, actually. It's purely a timing problem. The actual mechanics haven't worked out. Drop this, come back down. Oh, no, whoops. That was a bit of hesitation there when I was seeing that the Koopa was just getting back into its shell, and I thought my timing was a bit off. Okay, let's just redo it. The sequence is simple and easy to remember up to that point, but there's a lot of nuance to it after that that we mustn't forget. Okay, move it over. And let's give it ample room. And move it up. And then let's just be careful with the shell ejection this time. Just jump here until we satisfy. Oh, no, I can't do that. If I block the turn block like that, then it immediately shuts off as soon as I leave that position. So, yeah, we can't do that. So, I knew that. It's just that we weren't thinking about the timing very well. Okay. Yeah, we're still a few interactions away from the finish on this one, so... a couple of little things to sort out. Oops. Oops, completely whiffed that throw. Let's walk this guy back. You know what? You're gonna just throw it. Oh, no, hang on. Missed it. Okay, let's do it again. At least we haven't compromised the interaction. I just accidentally grabbed it. No, I just need to do a throw up top. Just stay on that column until the Koopa is well out of the way. I said do a throw. How difficult it is to do that throw. Okay, so... no, we actually have to place it. The one column throw is a problem. That's going to be the same issue, actually, we will have with the bomb later if we want to nudge it to the right without getting through it semi-solid. So at this point, we take the shell up. Without hitting the Koopa with the shell. There we go. Come on. Okay, now we need to not get trapped here, so we do this. Here's the thing. We activate the POW, then we get on top of the shell immediately to lower the donut block with good timing to let the bomb through. Except, nope, I forgot. No, we actually do have to carry that because of the POW blowing up the shell. Never mind. Just forgot that little adjustment there when we were changing our plan. Yeah, I do need to actually carry the shell. But the idea is that we rush our way up to the donut block first so we can get ahead of the bomb with enough time to plan out how the bomb is going to drop down to the bottom. So that was just the timing issue I needed to sort out, but getting the bomb down to the bottom is something that's essentially solved. Figuring out how to deal with the right side column is the main unknown at the moment, I would say. Oh, whoops. First time that's happened, actually, remarkably. Given that that was a risk that was very present the whole time. Okay. Whoops. Come on. It's Maker 2. We can just throw it in positions like that. And it will just hit the wall naturally, instead of having some inscrutable bounce. Walk it over. Walk that over. Cart this upstairs, drop it, and go back. Get on top of the POW, and then loop up to the top right. Yeah, all that's been figured out for quite a while. Lots of execution issues along the way, but Now, after we do the bomb drop to the bottom row, that's when we get into some unknown territory. Okay, so we actually do have to hold this, then we drop it. Okay, good, good. That's exactly what we want. Now, here's the problem at this point. We need to throw the bomb to the right. And then go for the P-switch. Oh, come on. No, you see, this is the reason it doesn't work. It's because the bomb's going to detonate by the time you get to the P-switch. That will not work. So the question is, how do I get the bomb to this location? Because the bomb needs to basically sit on top of this undetonated. We might need to go back to the idea of how we activate the P-switch without actually walking there. And the only thing I can think of is that you would need to walk a Koopa all the way there, which we don't really have the means to do with the current sequence that I've done. Yeah, because the thing is, if the bomb is already activated here, you have no time to get up to the P-switch. Makes me wonder. So, if we're dropping the bomb into the bottom right slot using that spring, the spring is not recoverable. However, if you kind of place it a half tile over the ledge in the middle, then is the bomb still able to get out? I'm not sure it is. But maybe the idea is that we lower the bomb in such a way that, well, no, you can't really trap it in the top right because we don't actually have access to the top right at that point. So there are a couple of possibilities we should keep in mind. Maybe we can do something like a remote shell activation of the POW. A remote shell activation of the POW would be interesting in that it allows me to stay in the top right corner and maybe follow the bomb down or something, while being able to recover the spring. I don't actually see a way to do that. So we're as far as getting the bomb all the way down, but then I don't currently have a viable follow-up. Because when I activate the P-switch, it looks very much like I just have to kind of wait this out in the middle, unless we have something to step on. In our current sequence, we do not have something to step on. Actually, do we know that? I mean, I haven't hit the P-switch, so I don't even know what's going on with the column, or rather with the row in the middle, but I would assume that the row in the middle turns into coins, because that's the only sensible thing for it to be doing, in terms of the puzzle, just being fair about giving you information. But yeah, because at no point have we actually managed to hit the P-switch. I think what we want to do is do a quick little sanity check about that P-switch. I'm just going to run up to it right now and just see what's going on. So yeah, as expected, coins are unavailable here. So that's a bit of an issue, because we don't know how to get the bomb into the top right corner safely. Or rather, the right side column safely. And P-switch has to be active at the time so it can drop. We're currently working on the assumption that the spring is expended by having the bomb drop on top of it on the top right side. Now, is that actually a sound assumption? It can't be something like a Koopa there because the bomb will just overlap and drop on top of it. It can't really be something like the POW there because the POW needs to be activated at some point. That said, well, here's the thing. We're spin jumping off that shell right now to get up to the top again after that one interaction. If, however, the shell is being fired, going left to right in this column after the POW has been activated, you have the shell bouncing left and right over here. The shell eliminates the coins once you activate the P-switch. So if we can find a way to keep the shell alive while getting the bomb down with the whole donut block interaction. The problem with that right now is just being able to get back on a donut block. But we do have a way. You don't need to pop the POW while it's standing here. You can grab it. You grab the POW, you lower it in this side. The POW allows you to jump up and hit the donut block and walk the bomb down. You then have the POW alive at that point. And there is a problem with that, which is that the bomb doesn't come down until the POW has been activated. However, the idea is that you activate the POW, the bomb starts walking, and you just kind of stand here, probably holding a shell. And wait, would you do that though? Because how would you activate the POW block? Supposing I stand on top of a POW block and I jump up here. The POW activates. The bomb starts walking. I need the shell to be alive at that point. The idea is that I need the shell to be alive in order to roll it over here after the POW has been activated. Once the P-switch has been activated, the shell eliminates all coins. Then, the bomb is walking in the bottom row at that point. You drop down to the bomb. You pick it up. It doesn't matter if the P-switch has expired at that point. In fact, you need it to expire in order to come back out. All these coins will be gone thanks to the shell. The shell will be eliminated by the block. You drop the bomb down here. So the current problem with that sequence is how do we keep the shell alive? If we can solve that, then everything else falls into place. Because we need to get the bomb down through this donut block. And right now I'm spending the shell to do it. We need to do this interaction and send the bomb down without destroying the Koopa completely. I think we actually need the unshelled Koopa to remain alive. And how do you do that? I don't know how I would do that, actually. Because we're depending on the shell in order to get through this trap here. So am I able to get on top of the POW without losing the unshelled Koopa? What if the unshelled Koopa is up here? You take the POW, jump on top of it. No, I don't think that works. However, I've been working on the assumption that you pick up the spring from the one-way panel so you can carry the shell with you up top. What if you still carry the spring with you up top? Then is there a way to activate the turn block without carrying the shell? I don't think there is. I think our sequence is correct. Our current sequence is correct. It's more that we just have to one step and one jump to figure out that does not kill the shell. And we need to get back to it so I can look at it properly. Okay, so thus far the assumption has been load the POW this way. See, here's the thing. After we activate the POW later, I don't have a way to get back to this location. If we're able to retain some additional hit on the Koopa, reshelling it, for instance, but then how do we get up to the turn block? We can't. Oh, whoops. No, that was a mistake. Can't do that. Well, we can at least practice one thing, which is, do we have a safe way to get on top of the donut block while activating POW? Like, you activate the POW, bomb walks down. But then, at that point, do we have a way to get up? I don't think you can just shell jump through the single column like that. Well, maybe you can, actually. I mean, I've seen stranger things happen. But I seriously wonder if that actually will be the solution. Now, not that I can necessarily execute that, so... Because that, you know, if you can actually do a single column shell jump, and I feel like I've done that before in other levels, if you just fall into the exact location you need. Then the shell continues to roll around back down here. And of course you need it to, at that point, not also kill the bomb. It might actually be viable if we know how to execute it. It would be unusually execution dependent though for a puzzle level, but I do wonder. I just don't think I can necessarily execute it cleanly if so. Okay, at this point we jump on top of the unshelled Koopa. Then we go down. Now, I do have to go through, because otherwise we can't do anything with the placement here. So all this is as before. At this point, the spring is essentially lost. Even if you decide to lodge it up here, which would just trap the bomb, we can't actually come back for it at any point, so this has to be it. So here's the tricky bit here, which is we need the bomb to come through this donut block. It seems like I need it to be able to jump back up towards this donut block. And so the thing is, it would actually be something like a shell jump. That would be a strange solution, but maybe not completely impossible. Because right now I'm spin jumping off of this to get up there. It's possible to shell jump through the column, which I don't think I can execute very cleanly. Then the shell remains alive. At this point, you can hit the POW, and then... Yeah, the reason the shell needs to remain alive is because I need to send it through the right side here. Probably by going up throw and then tapping it. because I don't want to actually jump through. Shell jump seems like too finicky a solution for this column, and because it's kind of timing dependent. With seeing single column shell jumps in other levels, I feel like it is possible, but it just doesn't seem right. Now, is there any reason why we would want to grab the POW here and maybe do some kind of long throw on it? Because if I bring the POW over here and I stand on it and I get up to donut block, we don't actually have a way to activate it. I think we just need to tap it. So the thing is, I don't know how to get up to the donut block at this point. We can try to shell jump idea, I guess, but... I actually think I want to practice. I'm just going to practice the shell jump to see if it's doable. I'm going to see if it's even remotely viable as an option, or if we should not bother that late in the puzzle. I feel like it's one of those things where if it is the solution, it's a little too finicky, and if it's not the solution, it's a little too cheesable if it actually does theoretically work, which... Oops. Let's mind this timing here. But that's really the one question mark right now. If we can keep the shell alive, then we've solved it. I mean, maybe there's a different way to activate the POW. Or maybe there's a different way to reshell the Koopa and keep the inside of it alive when moving it way up. I'm not sure. Now the thing is, we don't actually need to jump off the Koopa in order to load the spring here. But we have been using the spring to load the POW to the left side. Maybe that's not actually necessary, but I don't know. Everything up to that point in the sequence feels right, though. It just is a mystery as to whether it needs some other adjustment beyond that. Let's just get back to that state. Oh yeah, no, I said I would practice shell jump, right? I mean, I guess we can. Like, yeah, you see, it totally works. It totally works. That actually is the solution, I think. But the thing is, we need to execute cleanly. And I don't know how reliably I can do it. We might just have to crash against that again and again until I get sorted out the timing. So I think we need to practice it. We need to find the exact timing. We need to do it reliably. Because that absolutely gives me a viable solution. It absolutely solves the puzzle. And the fact that that solution is so available makes me think it's actually right, now that I've seen it. We need to get the POW out of the way, because if I miss the shell jump but I don't die, I want to retry it. And, whoops, well, not like that, obviously. Does feel like a pretty execution-specific solution, but it is a solution, so... Just want to get this out of the way first. So here's the thing. If we can figure out... Oh, okay, no, I know what I'm doing wrong. I haven't done Kaizo in such a long time that my muscle memory was off for the button release. I wasn't holding into the jump. That's my classic Kaizo problem, actually, when it comes to shell jump execution. Need to get some of these mechanics back. I'm going to practice it because I think I can actually do it reliably if I just fix that one input issue. Just want to get the POW out of the way first. Because if we can do it, we're in great shape. Hang on. Muscle memory's not quite back yet. Let's fix it. It is doable. It is doable. We've done single column shell jumps often enough in the past and just jogged my memory for it. But yeah, we need to practice it a few times to make sure I can just execute it, because otherwise, you know, we end up doing the whole puzzle sequence only to hit that, and if we don't have it worked out, then that's just going to burn a whole lot of time. So I do need to practice it. Okay, let's just get the POW away so it doesn't get hit here. Just need to practice timing. No, I just don't have it yet. Mechanically. We executed it earlier, which is why I know it can be done, but... yeah, unfortunately we need to burn some time just on making sure I can get the input right. It might qualify as a cheese, who knows, but... if we can land it, it absolutely solves the puzzle. So... might be worthwhile to try it. We'll just do a few practice runs here. Probably not too fun to watch, but just have to do it, like, go straight up. No. That was a too early release. You need to be kind of... yeah, I need to figure out exactly how to do it. And then... oh, whoops, too early. I might not even get the POW out of the way. I'm going to just retry this as much as we need to. See, I demonstrated earlier that the shell jump is doable. Once, unfortunately, only once. But if it's repeatable, it gives us an extremely clear solution path that just works. Yeah, never mind all that. We need to nail the jump, so let's just... do I need to get a bit of a run into it? Yeah, exactly, so... let's try it again. See, the thing is, it's just inconsistent. Like, I basically have to do the whole puzzle every time and just try to jump until I land it. Maybe if it's better if I just do the puzzle and, you know, if I miraculously hit it, I do. And if I don't, then I don't. It's just... because it makes no sense to, you know, practice it, land it, and then be so inconsistent that we still have to do the puzzle and not get it. It is too execution dependent to feel like a real solution. I feel like it's cheese, but... if we can figure out an alternative, we'll do whatever's cleanest. But the fact that this works resolves so many issues. That's okay. We'll walk it and... Oh, we should have just jumped it right there, actually. So the thing is, if we were able to get on top of this POW 2 and carry the shell without bopping this guy, then we would, but I don't think we can. We need that height. If I could do this without the shell jump, I would, but... it's too clear an answer in some ways. Yeah, because here's the issue. We don't know how to get back onto the top of the donut block without this. And here's the other issue, is that if we take too long to land a shell jump, then the bomb just walks on top of my head, and that still is a problem. Why am I not able to just jump on top of the shell? Because it would pick it up with a grab, right? Or you would just land through it. Yeah, you can't really just jump on top. Oh, no, you can... You know what? That's so much easier than doing the shell jump. Why don't you just roll the shell? That's so much easier. Just roll the shell. What are we doing here? Well, I mean, you have to do that. Okay, never mind the whole shell jump diversion. We can just roll the shell and then bounce it. But I still need to be careful not to drop the bomb on top of my head. Because we really need to get ahead of the bomb quickly if we're doing that. Like, after the POW activation, we need to get up to the donut block as soon as possible so that the bomb can follow me down safely. So a long throw over here might not be very good either. So, okay, never mind. We don't need a shell jump. We demonstrated it twice. It's possible, but it doesn't actually help you if you can just as easily throw a shell the normal way, which makes so much more sense. Okay, at this point we have a solution, we just don't have the execution. The bomb dropping on my head is the main issue. The logic of the puzzle outside of that has been completely worked out. And has been worked out for quite a while, I would say. Okay, at this point, hit the POW, throw the shell, get on top of the donut block. Before the bomb becomes an issue. Okay, good. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Up throw. Bounce. Now we go for the P-switch, and we're done. Barring any complications I haven't expected. Yeah, we're done. We take the bomb and we toss it to the right now. Now, of course, there might be surprises on the next screen. We don't know yet. Maybe this is just part one. We don't know what lies on the next screen, but we're finally going to find out. And it takes about 150 seconds to get to this point. That's fine. That's the axe. So yeah, maybe too much of a distraction with the whole shell jump possibility when the solution was just in front of us the whole time. And we knew exactly what step needed to be solved, and I just didn't think about the bounce logic with standard shell play. But we got it. And we don't want to hit the castle, we want to hit the other puzzle first. Catch 22. We need 22 coins. And not the ones in the title screen over there. Oh, it's an off-screen activation puzzle. Or, no, we just swim through here. It's not it. We'll grab this. It's not off-screen. We just jump through here. It's not even night theme. Okay. Let's take a look at this. So we need to get the 2 10 coins. the whatever here is on the right. It might be a coin, it might be something else. Oh, if we're this far, we activate a shell. So this might be something if we hit it with a shell. We don't know yet. And then you've got the two turn blocks in the top right. So on-off switch on the left side gives you a platform to escape from if you hit it first. It is reachable just manually. It would drop the bomb. A second on-off activation would blow up the scroll on the right side. Let's blow up the scroll on the right side just to see what we're dealing with. I mean, you know, we will not want to do that, apparently. Right, because the scroll actually will pull you over with an auto-scroll and destroy you for doing that. And yes, hitting the on-off switch activates the bomb in the top left, which hits the POW, which then creates problems because, well, what was actually giving me the no here? Let's think about this. Because we drop this, we might actually be able to get up before the squish. I don't know. No, it's telling me, I mean, you can't do this. It loses everything. So we do not activate that, but then at what point do we activate that? I think maybe we need to hit it with a shell. We can go through here, which then allows me to retrieve a shell. Oh, no, hang on. Fuzzy Beetle's waking up here. Let's be careful with the wake up. I wonder if the wake up bounce will matter, actually. Because sometimes the wake up bounce does matter. Now, having the bomb blow that up is not great because clearly there's a second coin that's available here. We do want to hit that twice before it gets bombed. If we do hit that twice, though, do we need that bomb for anything else? Yes, we do, because we need to up throw it up above. But that's okay, because if we get the bomb out of the way, then it doesn't blow up the block, and we can have a second shot at it. So what we do is we try to avoid the wake up. We pop the bomb up, and then we up throw the bomb into that slot up above. In fact, we'll just roll it this way. We can get this out immediately. And, I mean, we're only going to collect 3 coins off of that, so that's not consequential, but at this point, note that yeah, that's going to hit the scroll break, but we don't want to do that before the coins have been collected. Why can't we just collect this 10 coin immediately? What's stopping me? Nothing's stopping me. But we need POW to go down. Wait. I'm thinking about the left side muncher. The right side muncher you can actually bump out of the way using the spring over here. Now, why would we want to do that? If you have a remote activation with the shell of the on-off switch, then you don't get trapped by the scroll break so much, do you? I mean, we can see how far the scroll actually happens. I just want to test this out, in fact. This will probably kill me, but... Oh, actually, no, because you would need the first activation first. And, yeah, because if you're destroying stuff with the POW before it has been activated, then of course you can't use it. You would need to activate the bomb over there first. Anyway, we've got the actual coin count in terms of 2 coins over here resolved. I wonder if the 10 coin up top is actually just red herring. It's not collect all 22, it's collect at least 22, and we know that partly because the opening screen shows us a few coins that are unaccounted for at that time. Notice that you would have to follow that shell down at this point to get it out of there, since it woke up. Oh, whoops. Toss it up here and let's let it get caught. So, I don't know why the P-switch seesaw interaction matters, because I don't know how to load anything on the left side of it right now. The only thing I can think of is that if it was something like a Yoshi interaction where you could drop something in the slot. Or something else that you can do to activate the P-switch. So yeah, first on-off switch already hits the POW. You don't want to hit the POW because it destroys, well, 2 things that you need, one being the shell, one being the other bomb. I wonder if we use the first bomb too prematurely. I don't see another way to blow up all that stuff though. Like at some point you need a double activation in order to have the bomb blow things up on the right side. The issue with that right now is that the first on-off interaction hits the POW. And so then the bomb is unavailable. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you hit the on-off switch, it's falling, and we know that it actually does break the scroll because that's what squished us previously. So the right side is still available. Right side is still the exit, for that matter. So the question right now is, once we have activated a POW, I mean, it's saying no, but it is partly because we still need access to the shell. Whoops. And we want a shell to be on the claw. And we can up-throw the shell towards the claw from down below in such a way that we don't activate it when going towards the on-off switch for the first time. Then we use the shell for the second on-off activation. I wasn't quite paying attention to what was giving me the sound effect for not touching things we're not supposed to touch, but let's just reactivate this quickly. Actually, 2 coins. And then we want to get the shell back on. I still don't understand the P-switch. However, at this point, shell remains alive, munchers go down. Is it still going to say, eh? It is. But then we've got the clear condition, so what's the problem? If we bust up the turn blocks on the right side, if you can get a scroll break, for instance, like I don't see what the issue is currently. It will be an issue in a moment, but we'll go down here first and pop that. So suppose I hit the on-off switch remotely. The issue is that we don't have a way to drop the turn blocks on the right side right now. Because we can send a shell over, but then that doesn't break what we need. Because it's not within range. We need to bust both of these open. And I can't do that by standing here. I would need to tap the shell from underneath. And then if you tap the shell from underneath, we don't have a way to break it. However, if the shell is breaking both of these blocks, then we can tap on off for the first time. And then maybe rush over here, grab the coins. However, the problem with that is the coin on the left side. We don't have enough time to deal with both of them. The P-switch would transform these into coins that are able to drop. So if we can find a way to activate the P-switch, I don't know how to load anything here that would actually raise the P-switch. That's the issue. Because if I'm able to activate the P-switch, that naturally lends itself to combo with POW to do a coin drop for the top two over there. In fact, the fact that they could be transformed into coins by a P-switch might itself be relevant for catching 22. So right now, I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, what is the interaction with the P-switch? What could even affect it in any way? Unless it's something at the beginning that I wasn't looking at when we loaded in. It is a coin drop on the 10 coin. Yes, that's why we don't collect the 10 coin prematurely. That's why we don't collect the 10 coin prematurely. Because if you use the shell to strike the on-off switch... No, that doesn't work either because we collect the 10 coin. Yeah, you need a POW activation to drop the 10 coin. The 10 coin bounces and raises the P-switch. So the question is, how do we do that? Let's think about it. Because the way I'm looking at this currently is that if you fire the Buzzy Shell manually, that's not going to work because it's actually going to collect the coin. You try to do a remote activation with it this way. See, it collects. Doesn't work. Because you need the coin drop on top of the P. That's the only interaction that's possible. So the question is, what are we able to fire at the on-off switch that doesn't hit the 10 coin? How do we get to the on-off switch? Or otherwise activate the POW without hitting the 10? Maybe we need a way to activate the POW without hitting the 10. The only thing I can think of for that is if we have this bomb run all the way to the top left and activate the POW remotely instead. But no, we can't because you need the POW in order to get rid of the munchers in the first place. However, the fact that you can actually spring the muncher out of the way seems potentially relevant. That seems awfully suspicious that you can do that. I don't have any kind of bumping maneuver that would allow me to dislodge it side to side anywhere, though, I think. And... yeah, I don't see what other on-off activation we could do from this side once we've been ejected past the one-way panel after coming out of the water passage in the lower level. It could be using the bomb. But no, a bomb throw would also hit the 10 coin. And then you still have no solution up here. I can't think of what we would do with those hard blocks if not the bomb here. Like, I don't think the bomb can go anywhere else, even theoretically. But if we can figure out how to do the coin drop with the 10, then things might get interesting. Now that's on the assumption that the coin drop of a 10 is going to send the P-switch up. Then... However, if you do that, that's got a bit of a logical problem, which is that the P-switch would activate and you would turn the top two, the two on the top right, the 2 blocks there into coins. But you would not be able to do a coin drop with them because the power at that point has already been activated. See, I don't see a way to sneak past a 10 coin. But let's maybe try a little something. Maybe we shouldn't have sent that mantra up there. That's okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that makes some things rather inconvenient over here. No, that doesn't work because the throw would still get through the 10 coin. And again, it doesn't make sense to use the bomb anywhere except here. I wonder if you can use the mushrooms or anything. I don't really think so. But that's interesting to think about. You know, it's very easy to just run into them and collect them blindly, but there could very well be more to it than that. Yep. I mean, the 10 coin naturally suggests a drop on a seesaw. And then you'd still get maybe a bounce off of it. And that would make it collectible once the P-switch has been acquired. Going for the spring activates the Buzzy Shell and activates it a bit early, even. Well, let's go with what we know at the moment, which is that we do need the Buzzy now. We've been looking at this as 2 coins, and this as being up here. It might be a faulty assumption. However, the Buzzy Wake Up could land on top of a spring. How could that possibly be useful? How could that possibly be useful? Like, you land it like this, does the wake up, it would hop on top of the spring and then bounce somewhere. It doesn't actually. No, it's only if you hit it from... Wait, how do we even hit that? Yeah, it only does the wake up if you've bopped up from below, right? Or if... You've had another interaction that disables it. Like Like if it's rolling and then it drops. Like if you, for instance, use the claw. Whoops. Not in the upside down position. No, it needs to be upside down. No, it was in the upside down position initially when it came down here. Okay, no, this is actually important. Because initially, the Buzzy Shell is in the upside down position. It's only in the upside down position when it's going to do the flip. Now, if we maintain it in this position, you see, if you keep disabling it like this, then it stays upside down. If you can keep it upside down, then it's going to do the flip and the hop. So the question is there a place where doing the flip and having it jump by itself on top of a location is actually going to be useful? Maybe not, but what you can do is, if it's upside down, you can up throw it and load it back onto the claw. And load it back into the claw so it's useful for the hop at some later point. If there's anywhere where having it do the hop is actually useful. The other thing too is that if Mario is not the one who activated the Buzzy, then it can go through the 10 coin without collecting it. That is actually why you would want to raise this. Because you want to get the Buzzy Shell down from the claw by itself. You want to have it come down here. And you want to have it bounce up here and go through and hit the on-off switch while having come down of its own volition in the upside down position. It doesn't even need to hop off the upside down position necessarily. What it does need to do, it needs to roll without Mario having been the activating agent. And if it hits the on-off switch, that's fine. It does so in midair, so it's not disabled by the POW. Then it hits the wall and is able to come through here. So what we do is we need to let this roll. And we do it by disabling the claw with an up throw. So the Buzzy Shell is rolling by itself here. When it's rolling by itself here, then we can grab the spring back from the claw. And then at that point, we're able to bounce the Muncher. Bouncing the Muncher allows the Buzzy to continue. Then we need to deal with the donut block. Once we deal with the donut block, then theoretically it bounces down here, sails across, hits the on-off switch, does not pick up the coin. Then we need to do a bit of a cleanup after that because the POW block is going to drop the coin, raise the P-switch, but then we need to capture the coin at that point. So the idea is we want the Buzzy to roll over there unobstructed. That's what we're going to do. I actually wonder if we could just bump a mushroom upstairs instead. Oops. Okay, we need to not reactivate the claw too soon. So I said not reactivate the claw too soon. That has seen better days. Now, let's activate. And then we'll need to manipulate the sequence after that too. Oh yeah, because here's the problem. If it hits the POW, it's going to disable this bomb too early. We actually do need the shell to hit this first. Wait. That can't be right. The thing is, how do we get it back to roll by itself without being Mario activated if it has already come down from the ceiling once? Because I feel like we do need to lift this guy here first. Otherwise, we have the problem that the POW is going to kill it. If the POW kills it, then we don't have a way to bomb the stuff up top. So we do still have a logical issue to sort out here. See where it bounces. It bounces down in that position. So it's still rolling here, but then at this point, is there a way for me to send it back up? There might not be. Because it picks up potentially the 2 coins, actually, if you don't blow up the block over here. Like, you take this, you throw it up. But the problem is that even if it's in the upside down position like this, if, again, Mario is the activating agent, then it collects the coin and then that doesn't work. Actually, wait a minute. If we had collected both over here, that would be fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Except that we don't have the P-switch. Which was the whole purpose of this exercise. Like, the whole purpose of doing the coin drop is so we can get the P-switch up. Because otherwise we don't have a way to activate that. Since it needs to be a remote activation of the on-off switch so we can get out in time. So we still need to work out a few things about the sequence. So the thing is, can we have it still continue to roll without being Mario activated if it's coming down to hit this block first? So we can blow this stuff up. Well, we'll definitely still need it in the upside down position. No matter what it is we're doing here. Let's roll it first. And then that's too late. No, too late. But, well, let's pretend that the bomb actually activated. Now let's see. How are we able to have the shell send itself at that point? We'll just need to work out a few things here. I'm gonna see if we can get the shell to roll to the on-off switch. So distracted by the 1-ups that we kept on messing up the claw here. Yeah, there's a bit of a logical issue to deal with here for sure. Which is, you send it over, you see, it activates that, gives you the P-switch. And then I don't have a way to get the other 10 coin down below because it doesn't get raised soon enough. Like if you do the coin drop, you get the P-switch, but then you don't get much else. But the shell is still available, and moreover, the bomb here is still available. So that confirms for me that actually is the vital first step. The issue is that we do need to collect the 10 coins somehow, and I think maybe if we grab the P-switch quickly, then maybe we can bounce the coin back up with a seesaw movement. But if we figure out how to actually grab the coins quickly, then we're actually okay with that being the first step. So the thing is, the next thing to figure out is if we are doing the coin drop with the 10 coin, how do we actually get the 10 coin? We would need to, once the seesaw comes up, weigh it down with something else to have it come up again. But much of the sequence is actually correct at the moment, because we don't actually sacrifice our ability to use the bottom on the right side when we do this. That's something that was actually really important to see in terms of understanding how the rest of that sequence is going to go. So, send it over. So the question is, how can we bounce the 10 coin back up? Well, let's get this away first. Then we place. Oh, nope. Still in that position. Let's just get around it. I think I just need to kind of jump back on top of it. Like, you grab the P-switch and you just jump back on top of it as Mario, and then... Yeah, I need to drop this sooner. Because, yeah, we kind of need to jump on it when the seesaw is protruding. That's the only way we can send this back out. Otherwise, the coins disappear too quickly. But the 2 coins in the bottom right are still available at that point. That's the important thing. We messed this up. Let's redo it. The 1-ups are such a massive distraction. Blow up the whole sequence. Let's just collect them first. Anyway, let's just do a side throw. Makes so much more sense. Okay, so we don't want to grab the spring on the way up this time. We want to let the shell come down safely, then we follow up. I don't have nearly enough force to raise that 10 coin here. So how do we raise the 10 coin back up to collect it? I think when the shell is coming across... Well, I don't know. The coin just doesn't bounce high enough. It just lands and it sits there. And we don't have a way to bounce this bit forcefully enough to send it back up. We need to look at this a few times too. See how we can manipulate the coin. We need the coin drop. There's no way we can do this without the coin drop. And then if we do the coin drop, how do we collect the coin? Of course, depending on what happens with the right side of the sequence, I would assume it's giving you all the information that's necessary, but I almost wonder, since we're losing access to this coin, whether we actually can bounce it back out, or we just need to collect a different one entirely once we're past this room, for instance. That wouldn't seem very intuitive. Like, I think you do have to get this coin after you drop it. I just don't see how to do it at the moment. Because there's some finicky seesaw weight interaction that's going to happen with that. Where we need, you know, a kind of infinite weight drop on this side. Not exactly sure how that's going to happen, but we need to look at the whole interaction again, I think. Okay. Drop it. So yeah, here's the problem currently. It's just that we don't have a way to retrieve the 10 coin after the drop. I think we just kind of play this one out. Like, P-switch comes up, and then what happens? The seesaw just resets back into position, and then there's just nothing that's going to touch it, right? Unless maybe you do something like have a seesaw being obstruction here, then it comes up, it loads the P-switch. Maybe that pins the seesaw in such a way that 10 coin can't get that low. Perhaps it gets bounced back up on the rebound. Because then you kind of have some immediate obstruction here. Seems tricky to set up, but we have to try it. Like, we just need the spring as a pinning piece of sorts. Oh, nope, don't want to grab it that quickly. Need it to come down first. Then we grab it, then we place it. Or even just stand to the right of the P-switch to prevent the seesaw from coming up too soon. A little bit tricky. Something very specific that has to happen here to make that 10 coin bounce back up. Stand. Nope, and then you see nowhere close. Because the seesaw just comes up and the P-switch gets loaded here. And then you just lose access to all the coins. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Instead of worrying about these 2 coins, I want to see what happens when we do the rest of this. So we understand the P-switch sequence and we can rehearse it. Then we see what's past the scroll break. Then we know what the coin situation is, like whether we hit the clear condition gate immediately or if something else happens first. We need to see it. Until we've seen it, nothing will happen. So let's leave this here. And yeah, we'll need to take this with us. Notice that the shell is still upside down at this point, as it's still theoretically... Ugh, I can't pick this thing up. Okay, no, the spring was in my way. The shell is still in an upside down position that makes it potentially an object that can jump. I don't know if that's going to be relevant. It might not be. But we should take notice of that, just in case. Well, the 10 coin's still not going anywhere. And unfortunately, we activated P-switch too soon. So yeah, we've got a few problems now, which is that the 10 coin is dropping. But it's dropping too far, and it's not bouncing back up. And we don't have a way to bounce back up. Because the thing is, you can sort of grab the P-switch right away, let it tilt, but then you don't have a way to push it back up before it is already gone. I sort of wonder if we can use the 1-ups for something. I don't think it's going to manipulate anything useful when it comes to the seesaw weight, though, which is the main consideration. Nope, missed. Oops. So current thinking is we just skip that 10 coin and just see what happens to everything else. Because I just don't see a way to send that back up. Seesaw doesn't come up until it's gone. So on the assumption that we just ignore it, here's an idea. We sacrifice that 10 coin completely. Technically speaking, if we obstruct here, we can get 10 coins off of this block by just having the shell bounce back and forth towards it quickly enough. How do we do that? By using the P-switch. The P-switch lands here. We drop the shell. The shell bounces back and forth. We do this, we blow it up. The shell collects 10 coins off of this. The P-switch allows us to collect 2 coins off the top. There you go. We never actually collect this 10 coin. It's a distraction. It's not possible to collect it. But we can get 10 coins off of this. But we need to figure out the distance that will allow me to do that. In terms of having a throw that's close enough. That is absolutely the solution. Unquestionably. We need to not accidentally grab the P while we're heading back towards that bomb. And we need to not accidentally die to the shell when we are moving forward. Now, the way to do that, though, is that we just let go like this. Grab these coins, and then we've got plenty of time at this point. Okay, there's the solution. Now, we need to activate the shell remotely so we don't get killed by the auto-scroll. No, we need a second activation. Okay, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. That was a Mickey Mouse of a mistake, as you can see from the bumpers on the right side. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. We can just still fire it from the same location. It's still fireable from the same location. Neat trick. Yeah, so ignoring the 10 coin turned out to be the right idea, and we should have noticed from the beginning that if you think about the coin count as something precise, it didn't make sense for the bottom right question block to, even on a long throw, give us 3 coins and have us go over the condition. That the condition is precisely tuned, and we should have thought about it as precisely tuned. We'll finish this first world today, and we will probably stop at that point, and then continue this on further days. Okay, I don't know that that will be relevant at all, but you never know, because if it's floating from another screen, it might give us some blocks that are suddenly relevant. So for example, you come back here, and oh, we can actually see the starting position of all of this stuff. I just want to see what the starting position is of this whole thing, so we can see how it spawns. I don't think it's relevant to anything. I'm just curious about the layout. It's clearly nothing to do with the puzzle. Yeah, it just starts out with the heart shape, so everything floats together. There's nothing special beyond that. Of course, we obstruct our own door, like we just did. By the way, notice this, by the way, that when the wing block obstructs the top half of the door, you actually cannot enter the door. I actually didn't know this mechanic. This is interesting. This is not part of the puzzle, but it's still very interesting. That just obstructing the top half of the wing block disables it completely. Maybe we've encountered it before. I feel like I must have. Anyway. This, we need to know where the initial position of that is. Let's not... Well, I mean, we'd have to take the bomb because it only spawns once, but... Let me just take a look. Yeah, the activated block is the one above Yoshi. We need to remember that because that is extremely important information. So we need to take out the Cheep, which is the only Cheep. And the block obstructs Yoshi and makes it possible to get him. So if you spawn the bomb from the block, then you're able to move Yoshi. But then you would need to probably keep the bomb in order to make it possible to go over to the key door on the right. Possibly you need to take damage as Yoshi and run with him to get a key in that location. Let's try a few things then. Let's tap this first and then hot potato the bomb over and blow up the Yoshi block. Now, am I able to shove him at this point? Yeah. And, oh, yeah, you can get it. You can also get the Cheep, but I wonder if we want to at this point. Or if it's too early. Like, if we need a Cheep to do anything. It's not going to activate anything, though, but the only thing is whether we need the Cheep for poison, for instance, to activate the other bomb. I think we do, in fact. So we would need to drop it in poison and then use it to... Yeah, after dipping it, we get a key immediately. But then we would need to activate the bomb using Yoshi spraying. And I don't know that we can get in position for that at the moment, because isn't it he's just going to fire one straight shot? No, he does the triple shot. Actually, we need to use triple shot so we're not stuck here. Because we can do that, but then... Yeah, he's not going to run across just yet. And then we have ourselves in this sticky little position here where we cannot actually retrieve Yoshi. A second time. So gotta blow it up that side, but then you would need to have the bomb available again in order to then... Oh, I mean, we don't actually need Yoshi in order to finish the level, right? Like, you don't need to hold him. So that's fine. Then you just run over here, and then you blow up the right side. If we can. But then you need to deal with the Muncher, and you do need Yoshi in order to jump through the top right, and also take damage and fall through the right. So, do we have access to a P-switch? Only if we grab it from... Well, the P-switch would freeze the conveyor. That's the only thing that we'd want to use it with right now. So we do have a bit of a logical issue at this point. However, if Yoshi grabs the spike ball... Yeah, the problem is we don't really have a good way to send him over at this point. Yeah, so we did things slightly out of sequence there, because the POW is on the right side off the top door. That's important as well. Possibly we're doing this part too early. However, the POW is something that's going to reload, right? So first of all, let's get Yoshi out of here, and then we can use the diagonal shot on a Cheep to blow up the bomb so we don't get trapped up above. First of all, we get rid of this. And I'll need to find an accurate position for the diagonal shot. Possibly we bounce up off of this, shoot from up here. So we dip it. And then we need an accurate shot here. There we go, that works. Now here's the thing, we can only do that once. After that, we need to go there with the key and grab the bomb manually. And after that, every time we come back here with Yoshi, well, that's okay, we... Oh, can't grab the POW quickly enough. Maybe we needed to drop the spring while coming out the door? Clearly we do need Yoshi to grab the POW at some point, but we need a cleaner way to do it. Okay, so that's a bit of an issue, actually, that we can't reach the POW. We can't reach the POW, we don't have a solution to the muncher. The way to reach the POW is to have a disabled block available when it's flying. But if it's flying, you don't have access to Yoshi yet, do you? Because if no block is obstructing Yoshi here... Well, that's okay. That means we just defer that interaction to later, because you can still take Yoshi and possibly get through. Not really, because Yoshi's going to bounce up through this location before the block has been activated. I was thinking that if you activate the wing block, then you can actually get on top of it. And if you have Yoshi at that point, you get the POW. However, it seems that you can't get Yoshi until you've activated the wing block the first time, which is going to be a bit of a problem. I wonder why you can't just blow up this one first from below. No, you wouldn't want to do that, because then you still don't have a way to get Yoshi. So a couple things we can think about. We can think about whether rolling the spike ball towards something will give it a meaningful activation. For instance, if a spike ball is rolling... Maybe we shouldn't blow up this block right away, actually. We activate this block, we leave it there, then we have access to Yoshi multiple times. But then we only get that bomb once. However, if we use that bomb to blow up this instead... no, that doesn't work, because we don't have access to the top bomb until we've actually done the rest of the interaction. But if we haven't done anything here yet, we can get on top of this block. However, getting Yoshi is conditional on hitting that block and grabbing that bomb first. And if we don't grab that bomb, well, we don't have a way to blow up that block, because we're not getting anything else that will interact with that. No, yes we do, because if you get Yoshi... So we need to think about how to use the first bomb. If we get Yoshi with the Cheep Cheep and fire against this bomb here, then we can continue to drop it on the assumption that this block here has been disabled already. Then we have repeated access to this block. While this ceiling is still intact. Why on earth would we want this ceiling to be intact still? Because then Yoshi doesn't bump up here after the first try and we can still reload into this room and grab him multiple times. So here's an idea that we activate here. Oh no, that's not going to work because this will blow up the winged block as well. And that won't do because Yoshi will bounce up immediately. But we could do an up throw, a timed up throw, and blow up that block on the left. And that'll be a slightly different sequence, but one that might give us some good. There we go. Because the idea now is that we have access to Yoshi. And we are able to drop bombs from the top once we've blown up that one from the first time using the Cheep. So it slightly manipulates the sequence here, such that we have multiple cracks at Yoshi before we need to get up to the area with the spike ball and the key door. How that gets us up to the POW, that's still not entirely determined. But every time we reload through the top right, for example, by having the spring available, then we can get on top of there, and then drop the platform, jump off the platform, then grab the POW. So let's go Cheep first. And now, oh, we need to get into a proper position to hit this, which I totally missed because I didn't place the spring in the correct column. But that is the general idea. Now, it does require me to do an accurate throw up here first, which is not always going to be the case. Oh, no. Okay. If we can do an accurate throw with it early, then that gives us repeated access to Yoshi and a more flexible sequence generally. No, too late. I actually wonder if it matters. Maybe we can still get Yoshi on top of that platform and run with it even if we don't do this the finicky way. It might not actually matter. Like, maybe we should go back to the previous sequence. The issue is sometimes we might need to drop Yoshi and then get another crack at him. Actually, let's go back to the first method. Let's map that out again because I feel like I hadn't properly exhausted the possibilities just yet. I feel like these two sequences are actually kind of equivalent as long as we keep Yoshi. The only thing that's a disadvantage of doing this block first is that you cannot drop Yoshi between doors, which is mainly a problem for getting through this key door here. Because if you're allowed to drop Yoshi between doors, then... well, the thing is you can't get to that key door anyway if you haven't blown up this block, right? So I don't think that sequence matters then. I think it's going to be the same either way. Come on, we know we can get this. We've done it before. Here we go. Now let's actually try to shoot accurately. Yeah, there we go. It actually did dip. I grabbed it a little too soon, to be honest, but it did get the... Well, wrong way. Tried it the wrong way, okay. Yeah, I think the sequence is equivalent, actually. In fact, it's more convenient to do it the way that we already did because of the on-off switch activation. Oh, no, wrong throw. Okay, so we'll toss this over to the right. Come on. There we go. This position is a little better this time, so we actually have some headroom. With a cheap dip. Not going to have that cheap without the purple wasabi. Oop. We swallow this and keep it. We don't need to necessarily, but might help. Okay, this is the problem at this point, is that we actually don't have a way to activate the bomb without dropping Yoshi through the spike ball. That's why I wanted to do the other sequence. That's why. Because you only get a crack at a cheap once. If you break this open instead, then you get access to this bomb earlier and repeatedly. So that's why this sequence is wrong. Yeah. Or is it? Yeah, no, it is. We need to do the up throw first. Just needed to demonstrate that first, too. Have a clear understanding of what it is we're gaining by doing the up throw method here instead. Oh, whoops. However, you need exact timing, which is unfortunate. Like, I see stuff like that and I feel like if I'm doing something execution dependent in a puzzle level like this, I probably am misreading something. We did get the timing earlier just by throwing repeatedly, but it depends so much on where you're picking this up that I feel like it's not necessarily going to be helpful here. No. We need to read the timing accurately. I'm actually going to watch the clock here so we can count exactly. Exactly on 4 seconds wise, so yeah, kind of like how we've been accustomed to P-switches being on 10. Still missed. A little bit early that time. But it's possible to time it. And time it exactly. I'm gonna jump on this at 490. Throw at 86. It's too early. I feel like this is not the solution, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, good. Now we need to not mess this up because we have repeated access to Yoshi, as I was saying, and then we will, after the cheap interaction, have repeated access to the bomb, which will get me through the right side and much else besides. Although it does make the on-off switch more finicky, which is the thing that makes me have doubt about this. Because the way that the on-off switch is set up for the way we were doing this originally. The sequence with the spike ball. And I totally messed this up again when it comes to spring position. That's okay, we dismount in place. Because now we have access to the platform. The reason we want to access the platform is, oh yeah, no, you don't get any kind of distance there with getting up to the POW. That can't be it. And then you don't get any reach with the POW up here either. Now the thing is, if you can actually have the flying block still flying and yet obtain Yoshi without him bouncing all the way up, then you can activate that platform and jump up above it and grab the POW. But the problem is, in order to do that, you would need a way to get rid of the spring first. And you can't get that without Yoshi, I don't think. Because basically you need to take this away, take it through the door, and then Yoshi doesn't bounce, right? I wonder if there's a way to do that. It may be that the original sequence was more correct. That we do just need to kind of make it through the spike ball. But let's try this a few times and see if anything makes sense. Yeah, because otherwise the bomb just kind of drops into that location anyway. You can't really retain it without taking damage. Unless you do an up throw towards it or something, but that doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, it's theoretically possible, it's just not very convenient. I wonder... there's a way to improve this bounce so you can actually get Yoshi through that top slot. I don't think this will be the way to do it. I think you have to have something else to bounce on top of. Like if you find a way to juggle the spike ball on top or something without it breaking, but... yeah, because we don't have a way to actually get that right now. So having any way at all to get on top of the POW is a bit of an issue. One possibility is jumping the Cheep Cheep and getting the POW. I highly doubt it though, because without the Cheep Cheep you don't have a way to activate the bomb. And if you jump the Cheep Cheep, then it does not respawn because you have it for the clear condition. Now I wonder what the on-off switch actually gets you when it comes to that blue block on the right. What does that actually seal off? I didn't take a look at it previously. Let's go back to the previous sequence, the easier to execute one that runs into trouble with the spike ball. And also still doesn't solve the POW problem. We hot potato this through. We get Yoshi, same way as before. Notice that if you are carrying a spring, then you have repeated access to Yoshi. Yeah, that actually is such a simple change. If, for instance, you drop Yoshi, or rather have Yoshi swallow the spike ball and get it out of the way, you can still get Yoshi back if you carried a spring with you. That's the one change we needed to make. That actually solves the exact problem we were looking at. And solves it completely. So, the idea is that we take the spring with us here. I need to drop it in a place where I'm able to retrieve it afterwards. Yoshi takes the spike ball. We get rid of him. We get through the key door. We hit the bomb and activate the on-off switch. Hey, come on. No. Oh, wait. This is interesting. Except I locked myself. But at least we get to see everything that's on the right side here after we have the P-switch interaction. Yeah, no, I have to drop this. I didn't think about how I was going to kick the bomb over to the left successfully. I just kept kicking it in the wrong direction after the door. But basically, we hit the on-off switch. We dropped to the platform. We still have a bit of a problem when it comes to getting to the POW, but... that's... yeah, I don't know how we'll resolve it. I feel like you need to bounce the spike ball on top of the spring, and then you jump on top of the spike ball in a high position, and then you jump up to the POW or something. And we still don't know what happens actually to the right side of the muncher after you activate the on-off switch. In fact, being able to pop out the ceiling here, as much as it looks like a lock, does allow you to inspect that and study the position for what happens with the blue block. Regardless, we totally got locked. Anyway. So yeah, we have a good sequence up to that point. We just need to not mess up little things like that. Let's shove this slightly to the left. There we go. Dip the fugu. And up we go. Okay. At this point, we need to not lose access. Then we send it through here. If we can get Yoshi damage to run Yoshi to this side, that works as well. But anyway, we need to hang right on the door so that bombs accurately. So again, we do not know what the blue block does, but we do know that we have access to Yoshi even on this round. And in fact, we're not sure what the blue one does. We can just spawn through here and check. Because guess what? We have access to more bombs still. That gets you a P-switch, and right, that we did see that P-switch earlier. And that P-switch, though, is only good for stepping so you can get through the P-switch obstruction up top. And in fact, you kind of have to lock yourself in that room first to do it. So the P-switch is actually just kind of a final condition that enforces that you hit the on-off switch. It's not useful for anything else. So we still have the problem of the spike ball to deal with. And the POW. And the bomb wall, but then that's easy. We just go back to the bomb and activate it and throw it. Let's do this again so we can get access to the bomb and blow everything up. So the POW is still unsolved. But, yeah, we hang right. Drop everything. Except I don't have an opportunity to throw. That's okay, because if we have Yoshi, we can always use Yoshi to come back, jump up, grab the spring a second time. So I can actually just drop the spring immediately. When we do that, let's just try to grab the bomb safely. Yeah, I just still don't see a way to get up and bounce Yoshi high enough. I feel like it might have to be something like spike ball lands on top of a spring. Like you have spring, you grab the spike ball, you then jump on top of it. The P-switch is obviously in a position that will not be relevant to being able to use it to slow the conveyor. Stop the conveyor, rather. So that's a bit of a problem. Yoshi damage also isn't getting Yoshi across the fast conveyor, which is the other issue here. Actually, what is the spawn position of the spike ball? Does it spawn on the left of the conveyor? If it does, no it doesn't. It spawns on the right. I was thinking, oh, is it swallowable on the way down? No, it's not. What we can do, I want to do things a finicky way, is... Okay, nope, that didn't quite go the way I wanted. I wanted to get the bomb out of the way and then... Yeah, no, well, that's okay, we can still walk through here and drop it. Good. Okay, great. Now here's something interesting. We have access to the bomb just down here. At a time of our choosing. I still don't know how to get that POW. I can see a path for using the bomb to take out the spike ball by itself. But then I don't see how that's useful because we can already get Yoshi up to a high position. That's really not a concern at all. Oh, okay, just here. Okay, no, that solves everything then. We've got it. We solved it. Yeah, we just needed to get Yoshi on top of that top slot. That's easy. Let's not despawn stuff. That would be terrible at this point. Also, we don't need Yoshi to get through the final gate, but if we really want to be fancy, we actually have access to everything. As long as we don't accidentally activate things too soon. Okay, so we actually solved this a while ago, and we just didn't think about it that way. Except now I need to get the POW using Yoshi because we've got such a finicky position. Does this complicate anything? It does not. So we step on the P-switch. Yes, we do need Yoshi to go through the top. That's why we keep the spring here. Because we need to be able to take damage. Wait. Then how do we fall through if Yoshi is stepping on that all the time? I need to walk Yoshi into damage. And then I need invincibility frames. So we need Yoshi to have the spike ball, actually. And I need to spike myself and then drop? Okay, that's a complication I didn't think about. That we need a way to take damage without having Yoshi on that landing. Because, just to demonstrate, when we take damage off something like the spike ball, Mario does have brief invincibility frames. So yeah, we need to make that adjustment. And we need to get that spike ball without losing access to all the other stuff that we had picked up. But that's okay, because at that point, off state gives you P-switch on the right side. Bomb has already done everything that it needs to do. The main thing is that we... Well, I mean, we would still have access to the POW. The question then is how we can maintain the spike ball in a position that allows Yoshi to grab the POW. Because if the spike ball is rolling, it needs... Actually, that's what these slopes are for. The slopes are specifically for the spike ball to get trapped here. So we have enough time for Yoshi to grab the POW and then still switch over. So we get the spike ball to just kind of roll back and forth. That's the solution. So let's redo it from the start. That's a nice touch, actually. Hey? I think that makes for an interesting finish. Okay, now let's do the rest of this stuff. Move this first so we have a better position. Then we take this through. Then take this, jump, cross, hang right. Then, yeah, in terms of the bomb, the method I used earlier to just drop it, if we can do it safely, seems best. Now, yeah, we do the same sequence to, well, just respawn the room, actually. That's all we need to do at the moment. At some point, though, we need to loop back here to take the spike ball, and that's okay, because we have all the resources we need to do that. We just need to blow up the wall right now. That's the last thing that the bomb is useful for. Just pop this up for a moment, and we'll jump up when it's safe. And then the bomb just takes care of the wall. The wall. Okay. As I always say, this is the required part of the puzzle where you've solved the whole thing and you died a half an hour of execution mistakes. I would almost say I missed that feeling. But maybe that would not entirely be true. Oh, whoops. Okay. We have solved the whole thing at this point, though. The spike ball was the last finishing touch to be concerned about. Okay, I mean, this is Maker 2. Surely we can do a straight throw from time to time. At this point, we don't go for POW yet. We need to go for spike ball, and we roll the spike ball. We still have access to the spring as long as we keep Yoshi, so... Oh, wait, no, problem. No, problem. We don't have a way to get out of that corner with the spike ball. Because Yoshi can't get across the conveyor belt. Let me take this just in case. But I think we actually have a bit of an issue here. However, you don't need a spike ball. You can take damage from the bomb. Yeah. You walk the bomb over to the middle. However, you need to make sure that the POW does not kill it. Let's redo this. So, but I don't know, it doesn't make sense. I think if you think about where the slopes are placed, the slopes are clearly placed in such a way that you can roll the spike ball using Yoshi and hit yourself with a spike ball using that interaction. So the question is, how do we go through the conveyor belt here? First of all, we need to move this slightly without dropping it completely. Maybe. And now I don't even have a dash button available, so that is an issue. However, if we can get Yoshi to stand on something... Okay, no, I know how to do it. Because we know how to grab the POW at this point. We know how to grab the spring. We know how to do a double stack on the top left, I think. Oh, that's why there's a ceiling that's open. Okay. Because then you have to be extra careful not to bounce through the door, or bounce a platform through the door. If you're trying to double stack under the door on the top left, in order to get Yoshi into this door and swallow the spike ball from this position and then get back out. Yeah, this is actually cleverly obstructed. That's why there's an opening on the left side. So you're potentially in danger of being pushed out if you're not careful. However, I think it can still be done if you have it off angle by one tile or something. I think it might still be possible. I need to adjust my position here then. Let's get out of here. So the idea is that you have... Whoops. POW and spring here. You can stand on top of it. As long as you don't get pushed all the way out, you can get in through the door with Yoshi. Like if you do a half tile here. We're going to run out of time. But then you get through it, then you can swallow the spike ball. And then you have access to everything else. However, I lost access to Yoshi because I accidentally dropped a spring up there. And it does create the problem of making sure that you have the spring up there. Maybe this doesn't work. Because then how do you double stack it if you have no platform to jump through? Well, bit of an issue. Maybe you can. Okay, so that's the problem right now. We need a way to take self-damage up top. I really do feel like it's going to be spike ball rolling on a slope, but I don't see the setup for it yet. It could be through a bomb, but I don't see how to keep the bomb alive long enough to do that interaction. It might be easier with a bomb. But we have to load a whole bunch of objects to the right side to do this, right? Like, we need a spring there. We need to step on the P-switch. We need to ride Yoshi there. We also need the bomb to not die to the POW, which implies that we're bouncing it in some fashion. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, so let's do the whole sequence up to that point and then figure out that last step. And not be overconfident about having already solved this when there are very subtle complications to the last maneuver that we need. Okay, up we go. And then through the middle. Everything here up to that point seems correct. Like, none of the steps that we're doing currently seem to disable any necessary possibilities later in this required sequence. Hang right. So the thing is, yeah, there's an opening above this door because there is a little bit of anti-cheese here, I think, in terms of preventing you from leveling back through it. I don't know about that, though, because that seems like it's the only way to actually safely get that spike ball. So it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me that that wouldn't be possible. But let's get through here. And reload the bomb. Pop it up. And safely get it back down. And blow up the right since we need to do it anyway. With a nice and easy throw. For once. So we got everything except the self-damage interaction at the very, very end. Let's get the POW anyway, just to have it in position. So yeah, you need to crouch and then you actually do reach 4 tiles. Actually, okay, no, I get it. You might be able to reach the spike ball here using spring and POW because of the extra tile on the tongue that you get from that falling position, which we've used in many Yoshi puzzles in the past. But we need to reposition this slightly without activating. Yeah, no, that would be the way to do it. It's the same as the interaction up top where you reach. It's a bit of a long reach. 4 tiles is more like 4.5, but I know that you can kind of do 5 tiles. If you have Yoshi in that falling position. Maybe. I don't know, it's a bit far over. Nah, I don't think it's happening. I wonder if there's a way to move that P-switch. If you activate the P-switch remotely, And I don't think you can, because the only thing that would do that for you is to... Oh, maybe you can actually do a bomb walk on it? No, I don't think so. I actually do wonder, if you walk a bomb over and bounce it, and then you activate the POW with precise timing... This might be interesting. Then can you just have the bomb step on the P-switch? And if you do, well, you have a very limited opportunity to grab that spike ball. And then you would end up in a position where Yoshi has access to the spike ball. Would have to roll it. And then you do everything else the usual way to get POW and Spring back together. Maybe you do walk the bomb over, then. You could even do it by placing the POW in the middle section here. It doesn't need to be that finicky, in fact. The way to do it is to keep the POW going into this. Then you grab the spring. Yeah, very intricate, actually, that you have so many possibilities. And then what you can do is you can make a POW bridge. No, you can't, because you need to kill the muncher. So you can't have a POW as the bridge. You need the spring to do it. And the POW would also kill the spike ball, so you can't do it. If the muncher goes down, that means that the spike ball and the bomb are already down as well. So that doesn't work. Maybe we just use the bomb as the instrument of self-damage, then. But then that would be a little bit tricky. You would need to up throw it, jump up a spring, then collide with it. I don't know. I'm wondering if there's something else that we can do to obstruct the spike ball, maybe, but then you'd still have the same problem, which is that Yoshi is in a position where you have to steadily work towards the door. However, if Yoshi swallows the spike ball and then you use a POW to push Yoshi over to the left. Let's think about this. Maybe we've got something. First of all, okay, we need so many different things going on here. We need this, first of all. We don't have enough time to do this, really. And actually, you've got a bit of a problem here in that I can't get the spring a second time. Yeah, no, I can't do it. I was thinking, you have Yoshi swallow the spike ball, then you use how to push... Actually, I don't need to take spring with me at that point, because I will reclaim Yoshi on the left side with spike ball in hand, or rather in mouth. Okay, I know what I want to try. And we'll burn less time thinking about it this time, so we'll have time to spare to actually do the interaction. Let's do the early steps first and just get back in a position. Move left. Grab. Drop in a better position for firing. And then get over here. Okay, so far so good. Let's get over here. And then hang right to position the bomb. After you position the bomb, you can get Yoshi back. And then we can get access to the POW immediately. Although maybe I want to do the bomb interaction first. Just to make sure we have the wall open. Because the sooner we do it, the better, essentially. There's no reason to delay on that. Okay. Chuck it. Then... Come on. Now we get the POW. And then we try the push method. We can drop the spring at this point, because if we keep Yoshi on the other side of the conveyor belt, then things will still be fine. This is a bit of a problem. I can't get Yoshi over on this position. I can't push him with the POW yet on this area. I would need to take self-damage to take him over, and then that defeats the purpose, because then we can't actually get the spike ball across. So that does not work, actually. Because I don't have a self-damage mechanism to get him through. If we had a bomb available, maybe we can. But then the timing wouldn't really work out. Let's take damage anyway. You know, spit and... see if we can do something on this side. Well, yeah, we'll break it, but then we'll... not be able to push Yoshi through from that point. But if you have loaded the POW already at this point, then are we able to load Spring and Yoshi up here as well? Not really. Or the method where you go through this door. However, if you drop this here, no, you're not able to get enough tiles over on the left side here. Okay, that's not gonna work. And we reversed a lot of progress all of a sudden, so that has a couple of theoretical problems. However, no, if you activate a P-switch, you're stuck on the right side, so that doesn't work either. Let's see. So we've still got a couple of issues here, and we hit such a setback here by losing the permanent Yoshi access that it's better to just start over. So I've been assuming all along that we need to get access to the spike ball. Maybe that's not actually true. Maybe there's something else that we need to do. Or the self-damage that we're talking about. Jump it and pop it, and then... I wonder... No, that all has to break at once. I think the sequence is still correct up to this point. Up to... all that. The issue mainly is just figuring out where the self-damage source is coming from at the end, and I don't think we're disabling anything permanent that we do need access to. Maybe I'm missing something really obvious about how to get through that blade at the end. With Yoshi's positioning... You know, this is interesting. The ceiling is open. And the ceiling is open in such a way that I wonder if you can actually do something like bounce a bomb over to that side and have the bomb walk over in such a way that you can then rush over to the right side. I think we haven't made use of the open ceiling. The open ceiling allows you to potentially touch a hazard that is walking on the top. It could be a bomb that you bounce up there. Or something similar to that effect. Like you come up here and find a way to juggle the bomb upwards. And I don't know about that because you need to avoid activating it, and that might be a bit of a problem. But the idea is that the open ceiling might actually matter, right? That you can kind of poke your head out the right side and then take damage as Yoshi that way. If you can actually find a way to set it up. Regardless, it has to be something that's not disabled by the POW. We might just want to work through the whole sequence again in case there's something that we can take advantage of once we get close enough to the blade on the right that we hadn't already considered. Look at this, for instance. Well, no, Yoshi swallowing the bomb just kills the bomb. You don't get to keep it. So, because I'm looking at its initial position where the bomb falls into this location here. And obviously we can bounce it already. And have been bouncing it. Now, of course, past this point, it doesn't look like it's going to go any further up, though. Like, it's not going to go through the top middle slot. I don't know, this series of slopes in the middle here really do strike me like it's supposed to be a spike ball interaction. However, you see how the bomb walks all the way over here? If we blow up the wall and we can get the bomb to walk to the right and bounce, and then we activate a POW as it bounces, maybe we can get it to do a P-switch activation. Or at least maybe we can have the bomb available in that location such that it is not yet ignited at the time that we need to take self-damage with it. It might be possible. So, yeah, it may be a little tricky to set up, but we'll figure it out. I do have something in mind. So we don't use the spike ball, we use the bomb. The spike ball is just an obstruction. So we have a POW available, and then at this point we spawn back in with the POW so we can walk the bomb again. Let's drop the POW here so that when we use the spring to lower it, we... Oh, no, we need to blow up the right side wall anyway. We need to blow it up first, and then we cycle around to the bomb again for a second time. Got to do that. Yeah, I had to blow this up first. Then we cycle it again. Okay, same idea. Give ourselves a bit of a margin here. I feel like the top slot on the ceiling is actually kind of an anti-cheese. Or precisely the thing we were talking about for reversing through that door for the spike ball. Now, the idea that we go for it here now is to bounce the bomb... nope. Bad positioning. We need the spring on the bottom slot. And we bounce the bomb over. When the bomb is in midair, that is when we detonate POW. Needs to be pretty exact. But we need the bomb to walk towards ceiling here. So bomb needs to be in midair. No, it goes too high, huh? Okay, didn't think about that. Goes too high. Alright, that's a problem. You know, we don't have much time. Let's walk through the rest of this part here. And just see what we can do. Because maybe all along we were just missing something else that I'm able to do to drop through this location as Yoshi. But doesn't look like it. I'm actually just stuck here in general. It also looks like the top is there for whatever finishing sequence there is with the platform on the right loading you off the screen. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, we can't do that. We need that Yoshi spot. I wonder if there's a possibility that we're taking a cheap sheep too early. Oh wait, no, wrong. We have to go through the door first. But I don't know how we can delay it any further. And still progress. Whoops, hot potato. Through the door. Oh, missed completely. Yeah, because if we're able to retain a bomb, we can take bomb damage, but to do so while activating the POW and not nuking the bomb when activating the POW is something that will take a little bit of care. Maybe we can do it. We can still let a bomb just walk down to this slot, for instance. And we would just need to send Yoshi over to the right side in advance. And it's going to take a lot of setup, essentially. But if we have a bomb that's not activated yet, that's just lying in this slot down below, maybe we can still kind of get up top while also sending Yoshi up top. Even before the P-switch activation? I don't know. You bounce Yoshi on top of the spring, you up towards him, maybe, and get Yoshi up to the top level first. Then you activate the P-switch, then jump up with the bomb, mount up on Yoshi, then take damage, then fall. I think I have a way to do it, but the timing will take a little bit of practical demonstration. Easier to show it than to just talk about it theoretically and attempt to describe accurately what I've mapped out in my head. Okay, so at this point, yeah, so we put the bomb in the bottom slots and we just walk it over. But we would need to walk it over in such a fashion that when the bomb is falling and coming down that we need it to not get killed by the POW. But we can do that. We can have it land on top of a spring, for instance, and then not get nuked by a POW at that point. It's going to take a little bit of setup. I'm burning a little too much time just talking about it in the early stages of the level, when we have lots of steps to iterate through, including... Whoop, messed this up. Let's just do it again on a better timer. But I have a method that I want to try, at least. And we'll move towards it. Okay, now up. And then same sequence as before. Hang right this time. Can't forget this step. So yeah, all this is doable in the first 50 seconds. We needn't spend too much time beyond that. Now we cycle through a few times. We need to demolish the right side wall and get access to the POW. So, for the cycle when we want to sustain the bomb, we will... Yeah, we need to find a window of opportunity for the bomb to walk down and bounce in such a fashion that the POW will not kill it. And if we do accidentally kill it, we'll have more opportunities to retry. So it's not a big deal if we whiff that the first time, and it's not irreversible. So we keep the POW, and then we figure out how to walk the bomb over. While retaining the possibility of... Yeah, actually no, we just get Yoshi here. Okay, unfortunately we blew the opportunity to use the spring. Yeah, no, it's still standing on ground at that point. We need to walk the bomb down to a location like this. So let's just get back on top to get the POW. Yeah, because when it walks and bounces... So for example, it could walk and bounce down here unless it just walks through. But at some point we need the bomb to make a nice big jump, because when it's jumping, then we fire the POW and then we nuke everything except the bomb. And that'll be necessary. For now, though, we need to get the POW first and get it back in action. Oop. We've got some time to retry it. Yeah, when the bomb is bouncing, I need to fire the POW. And I think it'll be a pretty exact timing to do it with the method that I've mapped out here. What we need to do is bounce it Good. Good. That's exactly what we want. Now we need to do a whole bunch of setup while the bomb is just safely tucked away, and we need to not hit the bomb while we're doing this, which is tricky. Do not hit the bomb. Okay. And we don't want to hit a P-switch just yet. What we want to do is we want to load Yoshi. No, because P-switch needs to be activated before Yoshi gets loaded upstairs. But what we can do... No, we don't want to... Well, yeah, we take the bomb, we run over to P-switch, we up throw the bomb, then we follow with Yoshi. We need to be careful not to kick the bomb to the right side into the pit. No, too late. We needed to jump up here and take damage on the bomb. That was what I was going for. I don't know if it's doable that way. Because the bomb activates so quickly, that when you up throw, you pretty much need a really smooth single motion. I mean, it would have been working better if we didn't have to fuss around with a spring and we could just throw the bomb, jump on Yoshi, and go, right? That's what we needed to do. But that would work as a finishing touch. It would just narrow the timing window on it very, very slightly by about a second. Loading Yoshi on top of the spring there was actually a bad idea. It added one extra step that delayed the movement that I was going for. But I feel like that will be a working solution if we can just get the timing straight. But it does blow up a lot of progress if you miss it at all, because at that point you're past the point of no return. So, let's fix it up. Okay, now get this out of the way. And we run. Nope, forgot to hang left. Or hang right, rather. Hang right and then bounce it to the left. It is difficult to recover from that position if you don't do it. I mean, you can always drop the spring and then try to chuck the bomb, but then it's just a recipe for disaster. You don't just do it the simple and consistent way. Okay, now drop it and up. Hang right, can't forget it. Very easy to just be inattentive on the door. Yeah, I missed it entirely. At this point, we can do the POW sequence and blow up the right side wall. The order doesn't matter too much, as long as we got both things done. Nope, missed. Have to do it again. It's a straight throw. We can just stand on a ledge and throw. Can't believe how fussy we make that execution sometimes, but oh well. Let's grab the POW. Okay, now here's the setup. It totally looks like you're supposed to roll the spike ball down slopes, but oh well. We'll try it this way. So we give ourselves as much time as possible to set up the POW. Okay, that was close. That was much too close. Now we walk the bomb over, and that's fine. And we need a clear sequence here that will just not be fussy. What if I dropped Yoshi on top of the P? Yeah, that's fine. Except I got stuck. Okay, now this is a problem. Because now I'm going to step on top of the P by mistake, and then we'll blow up the whole thing. That's okay. If we step on the P by mistake, what we do is we get back out and respawn and grab the POW again, so we don't lose all our progress. And then we just redo the setup from the POW grab. We might have to rehearse some of the motions a bit anyway, but that's okay. Let's do it again. Yeah, just a small step. About 15 to 20 seconds, it's not too big a deal. As long as we don't make those mistakes too many times. Okay, at this point, let's set up to grab the POW and... Oh, whoops, too early. Lost tons of progress there. That's okay. Got all the way to that last step this time and just didn't quite make it stick. Just in terms of doing the setup on the right side to run the bomb over quickly. Okay, so down. And then hang right, and it's a very necessary step over here. It's really just the last step that we need from a figuring things out perspective. Give ourselves a nice comfortable throw here. And then we can go for the POW right away. Respawn everything. Okay, you can get to this point at about 400 seconds, even at a fairly relaxed pace, so got plenty of time to set this up. As long as we do it carefully. Nope, that was not careful. We'll just have to do it again. Okay. Good, that was clean. Now, here's how we're going to do this. I was hoping that when we got over to the other side, we could just do a really clean setup as Yoshi here, where we have a spring available where we, you know, jump on the P-switch and then we jump on Yoshi right away. Well, no, you jump on the P-switch and you up throw the bomb. Then you jump on Yoshi right away and land on a spring. I was hoping to do that. I don't know if we can really get that exactly as intended, because it might just be too tricky to set that up without accidentally hitting the P-switch first. But if we do have a bad setup, we can just reverse out of that and just go back to the step where we pick up the POW, as we saw before. But when we actually go for the finishing touch, we need to have extremely precise timing. Grab the bomb, go for the P-switch, jump on Yoshi, jump up. With the up throw in the middle, of course. And I don't know, that's a little finicky, but needs to be done. And we need to be mounted up on Yoshi when the bomb detonates, and we need to be on top of the platform up top. So it might be a little bit tricky all around, but needs to be done. So let's say we go spring on top, just so we don't step on it right now. But we need a good position here. Problem is that we might push Yoshi a little bit when we do the bomb up throw. Oh, let's do the setup. Just go for it. No! Missed it. That's okay. If we miss it, as long as we're not too far, we can redo it from the POW forward. Yeah, because the P-switch has to be activated first, then you do the up throw, and you have basically the 4 seconds from stepping on the bomb to do all that. It doesn't feel elegant. Like, I feel like so many of the slopes are set up to encourage you to use the spike ball instead. But I just cannot reach the spike ball. And I don't know that there is a good way to do it. I mean, we can re-grab the spring at any point, so we can try, you know, for instance, just coming down here and seeing if we just get good timing on a spike ball on the way down, but we don't. There's just no way to do it. So, back to where we were 200 seconds ago. Except now we can just grab the POW directly. So that's still fine, because it gets us back into the position we had, except, of course, that we need the bomb to remain alive through the POW activation, so we do need to cycle through this one time. We'll only have so many of these attempts before we need to start from the beginning. Yeah, so we had some really poor positioning that time. We need to rethink where we're placing the spring, I think. No, no, no. You see... It's really difficult to get across that. Yeah, the execution barrier here makes me think this is not the right solution, but... whatever. And we're going to run out of time, because we just lost another 100 seconds there, just blowing that attempt. Maybe we can have one last good runner here if we're quick. One last good cycle. Okay. Okay, so at this point, we'll go for it again. This will be our last real opportunity, because past that, it'll take too long to reset. So I think, yeah, we need to have the spring available in a position that will allow me to... Yeah, we need to place things a little bit and change a few things about the positioning here so we can do this accurately. Spring over here. We grab the bomb, we step over the P-switch, we jump, we up throw, we land on Yoshi, we land on a spring. No, it takes too long to do this. No, we need to jump higher into the up throw, otherwise it doesn't work. And the bomb detonated too early that time too because we missed a jump. That's tight. Again, I do not feel like that's the intended solution. I feel like the intended solution requires spike ball. That's doable, but it feels really tight. Because maybe we should think about how to get that spike ball. Or something a little cleaner to execute. But this method is also close enough, right? It's just close enough that it encourages me to try it. I accidentally swallowed the fish. Because we didn't wait for the poison. Hang on. Let's try again. Yeah, that's always a tricky situation when something that's a little finicky looks just possible enough that it may in fact be right. Not very smooth necessarily, but possibly correct. No, hang on. Get out, grab this. Hang right. I mean, no, the P-switch is going to be out of reach. Definitely consider whether we could do something with that. Okay, let's rest. So this gets you basically back into the position we were in before. With a good amount of time to squander. Except we do need to blow up the right side wall. This is going to cause problems, so let's move it. Then we loop again. So this is the state that we reset back to every time the P-switch does not go well. Actually, we could have just gotten the POW in the last cycle. And saved about 10 or 20 seconds, perhaps. And yeah, we'll up throw it. Okay, 340 seconds go. This is the setup that we need to do. The very tricky and fussy setup to get around a bomb without activating it. So again, we need to step on the P-switch, jump nice and high with the bomb, up throw up to the top layer, land on Yoshi, bounce. It feels like a lot. Yeah, but then if we... Hang on. Drop this side. And we dismount. Push Yoshi a little bit. Okay, this needs to be super clean. There we go. There we go. Exactly as planned. I had that figured out ages ago. We just couldn't get the execution down on the bomb. And the last step felt like it was half the puzzle here. The fly trap puzzle. I don't know if it's unintended, because Red Knight, it looks so much like you're supposed to use the spike ball, because you see all those slopes that were in that puzzle? I felt like everything there was implying that you're supposed to gently roll a spike ball back and forth with Yoshi while you're interacting with other things. But we couldn't figure out how to take the spike ball. Because I felt like you're supposed to manipulate everything with the POW and the spring and such while you have Yoshi trapping a spike ball, and then every now and then when you need to move objects with Yoshi, you drop the spike ball on a slope and have it roll around. But I could not figure out how to get the spike ball, and when I saw the possibility that the bomb timing was just good enough, I decided to just practice for that instead. It feels a little too tight and unintuitive to be the main intended solution. But it also doesn't quite feel like a cheese or an exploit, right? Like it feels like it's just possible enough to be suggested. You just need some damage source up top. Anyway, that is World 1 down, 5 out of 21 puzzles so far, so I expect that this is going to be at least a week-long project as we get through each world steadily. So we'll leave off here for now. Had great fun with the solutions that we've had so far, especially sometimes some of the final twists or surprises that we needed to work around, the final complications that sometimes we didn't anticipate. All of these have been very intricately designed so far, as we very much expected. So we're going to stop here and we will continue World 2 at the earliest available opportunity. It's been great to get back to our first puzzle stream in quite a while. As I said, this Super World launched days before the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2, which is why it took so long to get back to it. And it has been revised once since, at least, for bug fixes and the like, I think. But that's why we just haven't been able to do a full puzzle stream in quite a long time, and luckily this is going to supply us with several days worth of puzzle content. Thank you so much for joining me. We will pass you folks off to somewhere else in just a moment. And we'll be back with more puzzles soon enough. Have a wonderful week ahead of you with everything that you may be making or playing or otherwise stumped by at the moment. And as always, fare thee well.